Okay. Let's see, are we back up and running here? I think we are. Okay, we're back up and running here. Let's see, touchboard. Okay. Sorry about that. We took a little bit of a power bump here and it knocked some of us offline. I want to see, let me just double check what we have here. Okay, so you can't see me right now, which I can live with. Let me make sure. If you can't see me, okay. Okay, so you can't see me, but you can still hear me. If I could get the touchboard back up here. That would be great, but if not, we can live without it. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. So I did that actually all by myself. So Dan is like the super tech person and gets this all set together, but the fact that I was able to like get it all back up and running is pretty good. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back to business here and see what we have. So the heaviest of the rainfall is now east of 231 and back over into the West Bay area. Folks up in Margaritaville, you are now getting pummeled with some very heavy rainfall, so up Highway 79. That extends over through about the airport area and around 388, going around the north side of the bay. So you can see, you know, that's the north side of the bay there. The heaviest of the rain is in this swath here. We also have some pretty heavy rainfall coming in to Panama City, and that's associated with this cell that we've been watching that has shown quite a bit of rotation offshore, but still not making a ton of progress onshore. Now, we do think eventually it will come onshore somewhere over near Tyndall Air Force Base. You know, it probably, we'll see, north of Mexico Beach, like west and north. So I don't think Mexico Beach will be under the gun, but we got some time to watch it. But you could definitely notice the potential for rotation in this. Right now, BTI of almost 5. So that's a pretty good indicator that there's definitely a tornado offshore. And we'll keep an eye on some of these cells that are offshore as well with what is some of the broad rotation. So again, look at this cell right here. Again, much tighter rotation. And then we've been looking at some kind of broad rotation associated with some of these other cells out into the Gulf, but nowhere near as impressive as this one right here. Now this one, well, I tell you what, Mexico Beach, I spoke too soon. I want you to pay close attention to this, and obviously we'll track it for you, because now, as this thing's tightened up, it's begun to turn a little bit more to the right. So maybe more of an easterly movement over towards, say, St. Joe Beach, Mexico Beach. But again, we have a little bit of time to watch this. It's moving east at 20, has probably at least 20 miles, so like almost an hour it still would have before it came onshore. So the Weather Service just issued another marine warning because of that cell. At 4 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts located, in that area. This orange box right here, waterspouts could quickly form, capsize boats. So that was a special marine warning that they just issued south of Panama City with that storm as it moved toward the east. And still, even some broad rotation going on south of Inlet Beach, still just offshore. See if we have any. I don't think we have any storm reports right now. So folks in northern Washington County, if you're up in Bonifay right now, you're getting some good rainfall. If we look at lightning, there's only one lightning strike. So you see over land, the atmosphere is much more stable. There's only a few lightning strikes, like one up in Washington County, Holmes County, half dozen over into Washington County, the one up in Jackson County. But then you see there's that cell with rotation right there, ton of lightning. This one right here was another one with some broad rotation we're keeping an eye on. But even up here into western part of Bay County, southeastern Walton County, there's not a whole lot of lightning in there. It's just heavy rainfall. The big stability remains just offshore. We still have some more showers moving in through Pensacola. Nothing severe there. You're not even seeing any lightning associated as those storms move through. But this is going to be, for my friends in Pensacola, that's going to be the kind of the last gasps of the rainfall as it moves to the east. And once that moves east across our area this morning, we'll be able to give kind of the all clear. We'll see another chance of rain on Wednesday. It's not going to be great, but that's that front that's coming through, and that's going to bring us that coolest air that we've seen so far this season. And you can see that here for today. We'll see the thunderstorms this morning, 6, 9, 12, and 3. That's the times here. But you see storms obviously this morning become spottier by 9. And then by noon in the afternoon, the weather's actually pretty decent across our area. But what I wanted to show you here, the 7-day forecast, this is at the coast. So there's your chance of some rain along a front Wednesday morning. But then look at this, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're in the 60s at the coast for highs, lows into the 40s and 50s. But look at my inland friends here. Woo. We're flirting with the 30s Saturday morning, low 40s on Friday morning, mid 40s on Thursday morning, and a good amount of sunshine. So some really nice weather as we round out the month of October and head into the month of November. November being Saturday. Time changes this weekend. So we fall back, so we get an extra hour of sleep. Let's see. Oh, let's see if I hit that. There we go. Okay. So bringing it back over to live Doppler radar. Again, we have heavy rainfall for my friends up in just south of I-10. The heaviest of the rain between Bonifay and Vernon along 79, Chipley down to Wausau along 77, but nothing severe. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier this morning, but that's still some pretty heavy rain. If we do a rainfall rate on this, that's still quite a bit of rainfall, much needed rainfall, but you're 4 or 5 inches of rain in the purple If it rained that hard that it's raining right now for an hour, you would pick up quite that much rain. That's not to say it necessarily will. As you come down towards Wild Heron Inlet Beach area, 6 inches of rain. North side of the bay, closer to 2 inches. Rain in Lynn Haven, more soaking rain, running at 7/10. And you get offshore, you're getting into the 4 to 7 inch amount of rain down here. But this is associated with this rotating thunderstorm south of Panama City. That storm's moving east-northeast at 17. BTI, Barron Tornado Index, 4.9 on a scale of up to 10. There's likely some hail in there, but the chances that it's severe hail would be only at about 30%. So again, we continue to watch this cell as it just kind of runs, parallel to the coastline. And in the past couple of frames, you've definitely seen a little bit more of a right movement associated with it. So the product that we're showing right now are rainfall rates. And then we have the shear product on there. We bring it back over to radar. You can definitely tell, and let me toggle off the base velocity there. And if you look, so if you look at this notch right there, this is that inflow notch associated with this cell, and this is why we definitely that producing a waterspout offshore, but again, it's still a few miles offshore, and it's been trending a little bit more to the west. So I'm a little bit more, concerned towards Mexico Beach than I am that these storms are going to come in towards Tyndall Air Force Base. At least that's been the radar trend here over the past. This is a 30-minute loop. But, it's even over 30 minutes, it popped from that side of the marine warning to there. I mean, you're talking more than an hour probably before it would even find its way over into Mexico Beach. So we got, it's odd, but we actually have, a good amount of time to continue to kind of watch that. And then up into Western Bay County, heavy rainfall there. Still having off and on rainfall over into South Walton and south of Destin. Some of the rain occasionally heavy, but nowhere near as torrential as the rainfall that moved through earlier this morning. Let's look at rainfall totals so far. These are 24-hour rainfall totals. So let me clear off a little bit of the mess here. And you can see, so you go from 1.5 on the north side to Funiac Springs to about 3 inches on the south side. If you come down here towards Freeport, you've seen about 3 inches of rainfall. Niceville, 2.5 inches. Fort Walton Beach, over at about 3.2 inches of rain. As you come down into South Walton, you're looking at 3.6 to 5 inches of rainfall. Almost 5 inches of rain there in Santa Rosa Beach. Sandestin area, over into Destin, about 4 inches of rainfall. These are 24-hour rainfall estimates according to Doppler radar. And then as you move to the east, if you get up towards like Bruce and Ebro, about 2 inches of rain. West end of Panama City Beach is yet to even see a full inch of rain, but then you come over into South Walton along 38 and you see 5 inches. So again, that's that heavy rainfall that's continuing to push off to the east. But as I mentioned earlier, the thinking is that we will see the intense storms that have been moving west to east will kind of gradually fizzle out as they make their way off to the east. So we're not expecting to get 3 to 5 inches of rain over into, say, Calhoun County, Gulf County, Liberty County. We'll see a general waning of the showers and thunderstorms as they move to the east. Let's see. Weather Service said 2 minutes ago, seeing tornadic rotation with the storm offshore south of Beacon Beach. We'll continue to monitor this storm and see if it moves on land. So that's the cell that we've been talking about for quite a while this morning. And right there. So if you come over here to some of these products, you can see rotation there. Definitely looks like some rotation there, with these cells as they move to the east. So there's several, but by far and away, there's that one that's the strongest, that's leading the charge kind of out in front. But again, you're not seeing all that rotation inland as the air mass up here is much more stable than, say, what it is down along the immediate coastline. And our coastal waters. I can definitely tell the rain at my house has tapered off. I mean, it's a good rain, but it's not like the torrential rainfall that we had just a few minutes ago. That bears out with, living right up in here. And then you see the heavier rain now moving out of Walton County and on into Bay County. Bay County a little under the gun for at least the heavy rainfall. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:15, so it still has another 35, 40 minutes on it. But you see how slow the progress has been to the east. Also, too, notice again, there's hardly any lightning associated with it over land. All the lightning almost entirely is right south of Panama City and our coastal waters and south of Panama City Beach. There's right now just a few handful of lightning strikes over land areas. Over the past, in this view, in the past 15 minutes, about 300 lightning strikes. BTI right now of 5, BTI of 2.5 for that cell. Let's bring it back over to our velocity product, and we'll get rid of the warnings. And you definitely see there's one game in town, and it's that one right here. Right there. And if you look over the past, we'll go 30 minutes back. And you can tell it's definitely gotten better organized. And it's just south of Panama City. But over the past 30 minutes, you've definitely noticed that movement is a little more east. So we'll keep an eye out, probably somewhere between Tyndall Air Force Base and Mexico Beach for when this comes on shore. But even over the past 30 minutes, it's gone from just outside the circle to kind of in the middle of the circle. So, you're still talking about, it could be as much as an hour before it finally comes on shore. Anything else back to the west is quite a bit weaker right now. Doesn't mean it's not capable, but again, this is just kind of like the one cell that is really sticking out as being impressive this morning. Following that, let's look at that shear product again. And this is rotational shear, and this is over the past hour. So this kind of paints the picture of where everything's been. And you can see this is that cell that we were kind of watching that made its way through South Walton that had a little bit of rotation with it as it made its way into Inlet Beach. But this one here has been pretty consistent for quite a while. This is showing where shear has been indicated by radar over the past hour, and you see this kind of swath back to the west, but the general movement has been kind of like this. As the rotation tightens, it begins to move a little bit more to the right. Okay, we're up. All of a sudden, I had doubts that we were streaming to all the places that we wanted to be streaming to after we had that brief little power bump here at the studio. So that's the way things are kind of setting up right now. Let's look at... Yeah, this morning, we have just a general risk of thunderstorms for your Monday, but through the next hour and a half, they have just a very marginal risk of severe weather, and it's primarily located near the coastline. So kind of like if you were to draw like the SPC outlook, it's kind of like that, where this is the area that has any kind of potential for severe weather. And up there, Jackson County, most of Calhoun County, most of Washington County is kind of in the no-go zone as far as not much of a threat. Let's see, tropical, let's go satellite. IR, and we'll go here, Caribbean. We'll take a quick look right now at, since we have just a moment, let's look at the hurricane. Hurricane Melissa. Right now it has winds of 160, so it is a Category 5 storm. Ugh. We were looking at this, Dan and I were talking about this last night. I mean, look at that eye. Unbelievable. The storm is forecast to kind of come up across the island here. One of the things I'm really concerned about is, in a hurricane, you have the counterclockwise winds. So as the hurricane makes landfall there, that's going to push a devastating storm surge up into Kingston. The airport is at a very low elevation. So storm surge is going to be awful, in the population bases here. Wind is going to be the big issue up into Montego Bay. Not as much of a surge threat there, but wind is going to be the primary threat, and the whole island is going to get more than a foot of rainfall. And it's mountainous. It's going to be devastating. Landslides, flooding. But I would definitely seek to get to higher ground if I'm up there. But you have to be so careful with flash flooding, with the amount of rainfall they're going to see, that we could have a lot of drownings if people aren't careful. By virtue of the fact that flash flooding up in the mountains, and you're going to have landslides. definitely say a prayer for those people. We have, in eastern Cuba, like Guantanamo Bay will be under the gun, southeastern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos Islands, eventually with this. But, right now, Category 5 hurricane. Let me see what the pressure is on this. Let's see. Let me bring up having the discussion. It's moving west at 3 knots. That's it. 917 pressure. So Hurricane Michael is 918. This is now down 1 millibar less, 917. But it will start to move more. It's moving, what did they say, west now, but it will start to move northwest and north and eventually northeast. The only thing that could help is if they get lucky with a eye wall replacement cycle and we see like a brief amount of weakening with the storm as it moves over, up toward land. They could get lucky with that, but I mean, it's all going to be semantics. But anyway, that is, where things are right now. Let's see here. There's the chances of seeing hurricane force winds, obviously tropical storm force winds. You look at the waves on the south side of the island, 20 foot. I mean, it's rocking and rolling down there. You see where the hurricane force winds have been, the red area, tropical storm force winds, and behind that. So they're now just starting to see the tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds obviously remaining offshore. You see, sea surface temperatures down there, 85. So plenty to support a healthy hurricane, obviously. But that is Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, that tonight, tomorrow will impact Jamaica. So please keep those folks in your prayers. It's going to be bad. Okay, so let's bring it back up here to home. And we'll bring radar velocity. And we'll go back over the past hour. And you see, we're definitely seeing progress with the storms as they move west to east. Okaloosa County, Walton County, looking pretty good. That's not to say that you're not done with the rainfall. That's not to say that you're not going to end up seeing, some wet weather at drop off for school this morning. But everything becomes much spottier out to the west. You see we have some rain moving through the Pensacola area. We had some impressive rainfall totals coming out of that area. They had some, 43 mile an hour wind gusts. They had some tornadoes yesterday, water spouts moving onshore. We had, some flooding over into this area. 7.8 inches of rainfall. But that was over towards Gulf Shores. Let's see. Turn on our current alerts, and we still have the aerial flood advisory for South Walton, and we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Bay County. For the most part, and then we have a new flood advisory for up in Washington County. So we've seen some pretty heavy rainfall up there. So if we go zoom in to, basically Chipley, Bonifay along I-10, but that swath from Wausau over west of Vernon is where we've seen some pretty heavy rainfall. Let's see, accumulation, 24-hour totals. So you see this is 2.4 inches, much lighter totals to the east towards Wausau, but that heavy rain continuing to just kind of train across this area. And that's why they've issued the aerial flood advisory. You see where this heavy rainfall coming down between Caryville and Vernon, Bonifay, Vernon, and then over towards Chipley, some of that heavy rainfall just running right along Highway 90 and Interstate 10 this morning. So this goes until 8:45 this morning. And then down into Bay County, let's look at our velocity products. Let's take off our watches and warnings. And we look at, I want to query some of the winds over northern Bay County, 48 miles per hour. So, you know, right now the strongest of the winds are located over like up towards Crystal Lake area where the potential exists, and that's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning across, Bay County. It doesn't include technically the Panhandle part of the county. Because so you see here is it kind of cuts off. So, you know, this part of the county is not under a thunderstorm warning. The rest of the county is, but in particular, it's the northern part of the county, say north of the bay right now, that has the potential to see some of the stronger winds. And then the other threat that we have is across our coastal waters, which is definitely producing a tornado over the past 30 minutes. There you see it just rotating right there as it continues to move to the east. So over towards, now thankfully, Tyndall Air Force Base, Crooked Island, there's no, there aren't, necessarily on that part, it could be close to the drone runway. There's not a ton of people out there. But obviously Mexico Beach, we'll have to watch this because this could get really close to Mexico Beach. If you look in behind it, we've seen, if you look in behind it, there's been a little bit of rotation with a couple of these cells behind it, but definitely this is the big game as far as the strongest storm, and that's going to be moving, we think southeastern Bay County, but the general trend has been as these storms get over land, the air mass is a little more stable and it's not producing, we're not seeing that rotation with it. And so the storms have been just kind of hugging the coastline, never really making much progress on shore. And if they do come on shore, then we see them rapidly weaken. So we'll have to watch that cell. I'm just, I want to check a camera that is product line. Just give me 1 second. I was hoping to pull up one of the cameras down there in Mexico Beach so we could keep an eye on this as it gets closer, but I can do that in a second. We obviously have time. So If you're in Bay County right now, basically your primary threat is heavy rainfall with the storms moving to the east. You can see the storms across interior sections of Bay County. A lot of lightning located just offshore, not as much lightning located onshore. And the severe thunderstorm warning that we have, it goes until 6:15, so for another 30 minutes as the storm progresses to the east. As you look across our coastal waters, we do have a number of special marine warnings for all of these cells as they progress their way off to the east. You can see they issued another special marine warning that will kind of take over towards Gulf County. And then heavy rainfall, the threat up there towards northern Washington County. Looking at that, for my friends in Mariana this morning, so far so good. We're not expecting any severe weather in Mariana. So Greenwood, Malone, Cottondale, but you are at least getting, some rainfall. The rainfall rate here in the past few minutes, you can see, has picked up on the south side of town along Interstate 10. Which is good because, for the most part, you haven't seen much rainfall yet across Jackson County. So Defuniak Springs, it has stopped raining there. I know. If we look over, we can pull up some of the cameras that we have. This is over into Destin. So you can see traffic moving across the Martha Bridge okay this morning. We go Panama City Beach. This is the Days Inn. So you can still see 5:45. We're still an hour away plus from sunrise. So nothing pretty to look at there. Panama City, this is going to be over at Destination Panama City, and you see the rainfall this morning. Raining pretty good over into Panama City. Temperature 71, dew point of 68. Winds are out of the northeast at 16. So that northeasterly wind tells us the atmosphere is, nice lightning there, but that northeast wind tells us that it's pretty stable, probably right near the coastline. Because otherwise we would see more of a southerly wind or a southeasterly wind at the surface. So that, makes me feel better that, that why we're not seeing that rotation right along the immediate coastline. PCB, this I think is, okay, this is Grand Lagoon. Sea Screamer, and see the flashes of lightning there. Northeast wind at 15 miles an hour. So it's breezy and it's raining heavily, but we'll take that. What we aren't seeing is anything in the way of severe weather right now that we can see right at the immediate coastline. PCB East, this is, I think this is maybe the Sandpiper Beacon camera. I can't remember which one this is. This one, though, you can see, look how churned up it is out there across the Gulf. This one has a northeast wind at 14 miles an hour. Let me bring it out to live Doppler radar. There's some more heavy rainfall, southeastern Walton County. Rainfall heavier north of the bays. My friends in Southport, Lynn Haven, across the bay, up at the country club there, getting some nice rainfall this morning. I say nice because I got one lightning strike and all that, so you're not having to really deal with a whole lot there. And you see there's some rain along the 231 corridor, some pretty heavy rain, a few lightning strikes there. Panama City Beach, heavy rainfall, Front Beach Road. across the Hathaway Bridge right now, heavy rainfall. As we talked about, pretty heavy rain into Panama City. We were seeing that on that camera there a few moments ago from the Destination Panama City camera. As we come out the west end of the beach, notice most of the rainfall pretty light until you get over into South Walton, where we're looking at kind of another batch of some heavier showers moving on through over the past 30 minutes. You can kind of see that rain progressing from Eastern Lake and over towards Lake Powell, just kind of sliding along 98 and 30A. But in behind that, things should quiet down for at least a little bit. There's some more rain out there, but that's all like kind of light soaking rain. And if you look over the past 15 minutes now, almost 700 lightning strikes. But primarily the bulk of those are almost all offshore. So it's 700 strikes in this view that you're looking at here, but the vast majority of those are offshore. Only a few up into Holmes County, a few into Jackson County, Washington County, Bay County. The bulk of this down to the south. Let's take off the lightning strikes early. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning for Gulf County. That goes until 7:15 Central Time. So that's 7:15. So that's like an hour and a half. These are very long fuse, broad thunderstorm warnings that we're getting this morning from our friends in Tallahassee at the Weather Service. And it's just because of the slow movement of these. And at any moment, these storms are capable of producing some stronger winds. Let's pull that off here for just a second. And if we come over radar, EVX velocity. And you see on the velocity product here, we continue to watch this one cell right here, and now we'll go 30 minutes. So we'll see Mexico Beach. You need to be watching this very carefully. This could be upgraded to a tornado warning. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm coming for Gulf County with tornado possible tag. Tornado watch is highly unlikely given the short time period of tornadic potential. The tornadic storm in Gulf is the only tornadic storm at the moment, and thus we will continue to monitor and issue severe thunderstorm with a tornado tag when applicable. And so that's what the Weather Service did. So severe thunderstorm warning for Gulf, Southeastern Bay, Southwestern Franklin County, and the Big Bend until 7:15 Central Time. Severe thunderstorms located 8 miles southwest of Tyndall Air Force Base or 13 miles south of Callaway, moving east to 20. Rain alert for possible tornadoes. So that's that warning that they just issued for parts of Franklin, Gulf, and southeastern Bay counties this morning. But that is your cell right there that we're monitoring very, very closely. Let's go to warnings. Let's see if we go warnings here. Turn off, there we go. That kind of cleans it up, I think, a little bit. I dropped off the marine warnings. And you'll see here, if we go to now, here's your new severe thunderstorm warning that goes southeastern Bay County and then comes down into Franklin County, like just past Indian Pass, includes the Cape. So, you know, pretty much includes almost all of Gulf County. It's just like a tiny little part right up here that is not included in this thunderstorm warning and goes down. And it only includes a little bit of Franklin County west of Apalachicola as you make your way over towards, like, say, Indian Pass, St. Vincent Island, that small portion out towards the airport in Franklin County. So that's where your severe thunderstorm warning is right now. Oops, we didn't want to do that. That goes until 7:15. And there's the one, Franklin, 8:15, obviously Eastern time. Bay County, 7:15 Central time. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning till 6:15, so for about another 20 minutes for a pretty good portion of Bay County. Basically, you know, they shaved off Walton, western parts of Bay County, but it still includes a good chunk of the county for the potential for maybe some damaging wind. You know, I'm not seeing too much. We've seen some stronger winds across the northern part of the county, but I'm not seeing anything that I'm overly concerned about right now in Bay County. It's probably more of a rain threat than anything right now. As you see, you know, there's some pretty good torrential rainfall, you know, from Panama City down toward the coastline. Okay, tornado, Tallahassee issues a tornado warning. Northwestern Gulf, southeastern Bay County until 8 o'clock. So, okay, so there we go. Tornado warning just issued. There it is. Did you see it just pop onto the map there? So this is a tornado warning for southeastern Bay County and portions of Gulf County. Let's see here. If we pull off, let's see, look at the shear product, okay? That'll give us our best view of what's going on. So we have our tornado warning that's currently in effect for southeastern Bay County on into Gulf County. You see our shear product here. This is showing rotation in the atmosphere, and over the past hour, where that shear swath has been out over across our coastal waters. But now that's beginning to kind of come up there pretty close to land. So this tornado warning does not include Port St. Joe, but it does include St. Joe Beach, the Beacon Hill area, and Mexico Beach, extreme southeastern portions of Bay County. We're talking about more towards the East Bay, East area, also the drone runway over there at Tyndall Air Force Base. It does not include necessarily where any of like the base housing is and stuff. It includes like the Crooked Island area. So again, there aren't a ton of people out in this area, thankfully, but it does include Mexico Beach, St. Joe Beach, and Beacon Hill in Gulf County. So what I need for you to do is go ahead and seek your safe place, or be ready to get to your safe place here in just a minute. Now, there is a chance that this cell is going to end up moving just north of you. And if it does, then it would, you know, spare Mexico Beach, St. Joe Beach, and Beacon Hill. And we've seen over the past that rotation detector, we've seen that kind of moving a little, maybe slightly more east-northeast, you know, which would carry it inland over a very unpopulated portion of Bay County, which would be some good news. So that's our rotation detector right there. We come back over and let's go to now and switch products to reflectivity. And you can see here on our product, let's see, there we go. this is your little inflow notch there, and it's about ready to, in the next few minutes, come on shore there, west of Mexico Beach. So Mexico Beach would be right down over here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the really cool thing about this is Dan's logged in from home and is able to control the radar and kind of drive the ship from there as well. So we have multiple locations in order to kind of run this operation. But as we look out over Northwest Florida, you can see this is your cell right here that we've been watching, and it's about ready to come on shore. Looks like it might come in shore just west and maybe just a touch north of Mexico Beach, which, relatively speaking, would be good news because, again, that area is not as populated, being on the over there at Tyndall Air Force Base, and in particular the side of the base towards the drone runway, where there's a lot less people than obviously up at the main base installation, runway, and that housing. Let's just kind of keep some situational awareness of what's going on around us. Everything to the west is very spotty. I would hardly worry about, but you can see this is kind of the back edge of the rainfall over towards Pensacola this morning. After that should move through by mid to late morning, I think. And after that, we're pretty much done until Wednesday when we have our next chance of rainfall. Let's see, the latest on this has this cell moving. Let's bring back the rotation product, and let's get rid of the watches and warnings so you can see this better. And we can zoom in and we'll do a storm track. And they said about 15 miles an hour. So that's going to bring it in more towards, let's zoom out. So there's your rotation. And it's about slightly north of East Davis Beach, 626. Bring this on shore. So if this continues at only 15 miles an hour, I mean, we still have time to continue to monitor this, because again, it's not moving very quickly. This is a 30-minute loop showing where the storm is. And the latest that they had on this was that it was moving east at 15 miles per hour. Definitely looks a little not quite as tight as what it did a few moments ago, but that doesn't mean that the threat is gone. We can see these things kind of tighten up and die down. So we'll continue to obviously watch this carefully. And to be honest, right now, it's pretty much the only storm that I'm overly concerned about in our entire area. That's the one. Now, what likely is happening is as we've gotten near the coastline, remember when I was showing you some of those cameras, winds were all out of the northeast at like 15 miles an hour. That's telling us that it's a pretty stable air mass when it comes to right along the coastline. So all the instability is located just offshore. So as this moves onshore, we'll probably see some weakening with it. And we maybe we'll be seeing that. Maybe we're seeing that right now with the circulation not quite as tight, but it definitely is sticking out as something that I would be concerned about, and certainly something that I would issue a warning for. So you see we had the severe thunderstorm warning for Bay County. They adjusted that. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Gulf County, and then almost immediately after that, they overlaid that with the threat area of where the potential tornado is, and that's why we have the tornado warning for southeastern Bay County and parts of Gulf County. But in particular, this is for Beacon Hill, St. Joe Beach, and Mexico Beach, as you make your way from Gulf County up into Bay County. And then also over towards like the drone runway at Tyndall Air Force Base. But it does not include Cape, it includes a very small tip of the state park, but it doesn't include anything out across Cape San Blas. There you have a thunderstorm warning, but you don't have any tornadic threat there. It doesn't look like Port St. Joe has any issues. Indian Pass, you have a thunderstorm warning for some stronger winds associated with the storm. But I mean, if you look down here, there's not a whole lot. And then, all the heavy rainfall is out extending in that line to the west. It's going to be a while before that ever finds its way on shore. And part of the reason why, like, that warning goes for over another hour for the thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning goes until 7 o'clock, so it still goes for another hour. So the tornado warning goes until 7 Central Time, and the thunderstorm warning goes until 7:15 Central Time. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Tornado warning until 8. Okay, we have that. Let's see. Let's see. That was. Okay, so as we look at live Doppler radar, we continue. That cell is moving on shore, the 1 hour shear rate, and there you see where that shear is. Again, it looks like it's going to be coming in just to the west of Mexico Beach, but I would be ready to, I would either get in my safe place in Mexico Beach, or I'd be about ready to get into my safe place just in case. But there's a possibility that this ends up just kind of coming in just west of Mexico Beach and more towards Crooked Island in the drone runway here in just a minute. So there's Mexico Beach right there, and there's the shear. But I mean, that's only a few miles away. The one thing, and this is my bad for not pointing it out, you can see too, so I want you to look at like where the shear is, okay? So this is where the shear, oops, that's no good. So here's where the shear is located, right through here. Now let me go ahead, so we see where that is. And then I want to show you guys where the hail is, okay? And notice how the hail is just located a little bit to the north. So that's the kind of the way a supercell thunderstorm is, that the rotation is on the southern part where the inflow is, and then just on the northern part is where that hail core is going to be. And it lines up pretty nicely here with the hail swath with this storm as it made its way, or now is making its way onshore. So while there is a tornado threat, maybe towards the drone runway, there is still a possibility of some small hail in the hail core just north of there, which would put it a little bit closer to the main part of the base. So obviously, with all the airplanes and stuff there, there's concerns with that. But you see, there's your hail swath that you're looking at with this storm, and then just south of that is going to end up being your shear swath. So this is the very latest storm relative velocity data, and this is over the past 30 minutes. It continues to make its way kind of just almost due east, and there we go. Davis Beach at 6:31 would be kind of the time frame. So that's still 22 minutes away. You see, there's your rotation right there, and that's going to be moving in towards, again, it looks like pretty close to just west of Mexico Beach and the drone runway over there at Tyndall Air Force Base. The flood advisories, aerial flood advisories for Okaloosa County and Walton County, those have been allowed to expire as that heavy rainfall continues to come on through. Dan, I can see you're playing around in vMix, so if there's anything you want me to see, you can go ahead and pop it up. You're more than welcome to. I was trying to look at some of those weather stem cameras down at, Mexico Beach. If you need me to, I can log in if you need my login information. Just let me know. Drop me a text, and I'll be able to. I have my text messages up. So right now, Dan's working on pulling in the feed from camera at Mexico Beach. The weather stem camera there. It's going to be tough to see anything. It's still so dark outside, and we're about an hour and change from seeing kind of a light in the sky. It's the sunset right now, or sunrise is almost near 7 o'clock. Now that all changes Sunday with obviously the time change. So southeastern Bay County, western parts of Gulf County, in particular St. Joe Beach, Mexico Beach, Beacon Hill. Be on guard here as you have a tornado warning and a possible water spout about ready to come on shore there in Gulf County. That goes until 7:15, so it still goes for another hour. Just give me 1 second here. Just need to get something for Dan. need to get him a password for something. And there's like a million passwords. Okay, so he should have that. So here in, let's go to now, and so this is going to come in short really close to Mexico Beach and Crooked Island there. This is Crooked Island right there. Obviously, Mexico Beach is right there. And the rotation over the past 30 minutes. Definitely just now moving west to east. So Mexico Beach, go ahead and get to your safe place now, because it looks like this is going to end up passing pretty close to Mexico Beach. I was hoping that we were going to see it maybe move a little bit north of you, but it looks like this water spout's going to move pretty close to Mexico Beach or Beacon Hill. Go back over here, radar, EVX, and 1 hour. Go current shear. So this is your current shear right here product, and notice it's just west of Mexico Beach. And if you look over the past hour, this is the shear product here. So you see where that rotation's been, and it's just kind of spinning, and it's moving a little bit more west, west to east. So Mexico Beach, again, get to your safe place right now. Possible water spout moving onshore right there into Mexico Beach. Yeah, I mean, there's the weather stem camera there on the canal, but I think we're going to be hard pressed to be able to see anything just because of how dark it is outside. Unless we got lucky with, look at lightning. There's a ton of lightning out there, so I mean, you could see something possibly illuminated by it. Just in this view that you're looking at here, 882 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So it's pretty much non-stop lightning right now out of or across our coastal waters. And just onshore. But notice in Bay County, as you move up towards I-10, there's almost no rainfall. We still do have heavy rainfall over northern parts of Washington County. So folks up there, you know, I know you're probably very happy to be having the rainfall, but just keep that in mind. Be careful as you make your way out to work and school this morning that could be some ponding on the roads, things of that nature. Not expecting, obviously, any major flooding, but you know, you could have some ditches that, you know, are full, maybe a teeny bit of water over some of the roadways there. But you know, the lightning strikes, 969 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Turn off the light and see how these kind of line up all the way out to the Gulf. But as far as rotation, you know, there's this cell right here, which is the primary one. There's, it looks like another secondary one on the back side there that's, you know, quite a bit weaker. So Mexico Beach, I need for you to go ahead and get to your safe place right now. Lowest interior room of your home, a hallway, a bathroom, a closet, as we have a water spout that's about ready to move into Mexico Beach. Let's see, Bay. Units, Mexico Beach. They've received 48 hundredths of an inch of rainfall there. Wind is northeast at 21. So, in Mexico Beach, it's windy right now, but that northeast wind tells me that it's, stabilizing right at the coastline. So hopefully we'll see this thing weaken very, very quickly as it moves onshore. I'm trying to pull up the camera there. So I need, as I mentioned with Mexico Beach, I want you to get to your lowest interior room of your home. A hallway, a bathroom, a closet is going to be your safest place. We still have, it looks like, let's see, let's come back to now. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning, but we have our tornado warning. And again, this is what we're looking at right here. Possible tornado moving right into Mexico Beach, St. Joe Beach, that area of Bay and Gulf counties. You see Beacon Hill, St. Joe Beach. This looks like, if we clear this off and we come back, let's do it. Yeah, so this is coming in, looks like it's going to be coming in right at Mexico Beach and Beacon Hill. But I'm looking at, let's see here. The refresh rate on that camera isn't very good right now. Let's look at Gulf, Weatherstem, the Veterans Memorial Park. That one right there looks, what we're looking at, this isn't going to be good. I could switch it over and show it on like the touch screen, but I'll have to get out. But here, let me show you guys what's going on. I know this is terrible TV. So you can see the flags blowing up there at Beacon Hill. So this is Beacon Hill. You can see nonstop lightning, and you see how strong the winds are. But what I want you guys to notice on that is that how strong the flags are blowing out of the northeast. So that's that stable air mass that's trying to fight against what we're seeing just offshore, which is able to support or conducive to support rotation. And that's why we have that tornado warning. But I think what should happen is as this moves on, we probably should see pretty rapid weakening with this thunderstorm as it moves into Mexico Beach, Beacon Hill area. So this is reflectivity, and right down here is your inflow notch. If we come over and look at shear right now, again, you see the shear moving on shore over the past hour. That's the shear as it moves into Mexico Beach. And there is a small chance of at least some small hail just on the top side of this supercell thunderstorm. You see right there over towards Tyndall Air Force Base. Not a lot, but at least some small hail associated with it. And there's the shear parameter showing the rotation offshore. Current velocity product. (66.53). So, you know, you're over 100 miles an hour of shear with this. So just updated there, but let's see, pixel query, Mexico Beach, 65.46. So again, over 100 miles an hour of shear with this as it moves onshore. So if we come in here and zoom in. So this is now coming in Mexico Beach, Beacon Hill, St. Joe Beach looks like maybe this will pass just, yeah, this should pass just north of St. Joe Beach, but Beacon Hill and Mexico Beach, you need to hunker down and up, obviously towards Davis Beach there. This is where the storm is coming in onshore. I'm watching right now, keeping an eye on a camera at Beacon Hill there as the storm moves onshore, and the wind is, I mean, like, the flagpoles, I'm watching them right now, like how those big flagpoles are bending a good bit right now with the winds, which are, again, just kind of screaming out of the north and east. They were over 20 miles an hour. But it's also, you know, nonstop lightning that we're seeing there as well. The refresh rate of the camera Mexico Beach isn't nearly as good. It's like slow to update, but it's streaming pretty good over into the Beacon Hill camera. And those are the strongest winds that we're looking at right now. Yeah. So you're looking at this is incredible amounts of shear here with this. This is moving into Mexico Beach. So we have a tornado moving into Mexico Beach right now. Make sure to seek shelter, lowest interior room of your home, a bathroom, a hallway, closet. You have a helmet, pillows, put them on top, get into the tub would be a pretty safe place to be. This is what it looks like right now. This is in Mexico Beach. Is that what we're looking at now live? This is Mexico Beach looking down the canal, but you can see the refresh rate isn't very good. It is, as of a few seconds ago, 626.20. And then, thank you, Dan, for popping that up, reminding me. The debris detector, so there's your, this is your tornado moving into Mexico Beach. And Dan had popped up there a second ago. Debris detector, though I'm not, let's see, let's go back 30 minutes. I'm not seeing anything on there, not seeing any drops that would indicate debris being hoisted in the, hey Dan, did you see what happened at the St. Joe or at the Beacon Hill camera? The flags just did a complete 180. I know Dan can hear me and I can't hear him, but yeah, those flags were screaming out of the south and east, and then are out of the northeast, and now they're out of the southwest, due southwest. So this is your rotation right there, and it's just continuing to slide right through Mexico Beach in the Beacon Hill area right now. Now, if there's good news, at least that camera is still broadcasting. So, and that's in Beacon Hill. Let me see if there's anything in the. I want to send a picture. Beacon Hill camera. Okay. Just sent we have a communication, a Slack chat with the National Weather Service. I wanted to make sure that they saw the change in wind direction there at Beacon Hill as this cell came on shore. We had northeasterly winds there like this, and then as this came on shore, it took over, and now we have an onshore wind there in Mexico Beach. And let's see. If you're down in Mexico Beach, here, let me. I have some friends down there. I'm just texting them. They live in Mexico Beach, so I can see, what they're dealing with, or if they're okay, or also if they've heard of, what's going on in Mexico Beach as far as, do we have a tornado? Okay. They're all standing in the shower. Okay. Well, that's where they need to be. Let's see, debris detector. Let me look at, let's see. Let's go into Mexico Beach. Okay, they said they had heavy rain or wind like 2 minutes ago. And this is our rotation detector, the shear product, showing the shear that moved in to Mexico Beach and the Beacon Hill area of as you move from Bay County over into Gulf County this morning. Not mean to do that. So right now we're looking at this area, possible tornado moving onshore, Mexico Beach, Beacon Hill area, and it will continue to move off towards they were saying east at about 15 miles an hour, so it's not moving terribly quickly. But what we do expect is that we probably will see this thing weaken a good bit. We saw a very strong northeasterly wind. That's now a strong southwesterly wind over there in the Beacon Hill area, and the flags are just getting torn apart there. Is that something we can pop up, Dan? Okay. So this is from our friends at WeatherStem over in, they have cameras all around the Panhandle, but this is the Veterans Memorial Park there, Beacon Hill, and this is the onshore wind that I'm talking about, how strong these winds are blowing out of the south and west. Let's see if I have any. Let's see, there's that, but let me pull up the data and see if I can see if that's going to pull up any. Let's see, they've gotten west-southwest at 25, west at 34 miles an hour. So these are sustained winds, 27 miles an hour. That's at that camera that you're looking at right now. So this is Beacon Hill in Gulf County with those strong onshore winds as a possible tornado moving onshore between Mexico Beach and Beacon Hill right now. So you're looking at Highway 98 there where the cars are moving, back and forth, at least a little bit. Obviously not a lot of traffic this time of morning and certainly not with this weather. But man, look at that flagpole. That's incredible. Wind north-northwest at 26. And you see Dan's telestrating on the screen. Thank you, Dan, for pointing that out. But now also too, Dan, did you notice that we've seen obviously another wind shift here from south and west to looks like north and west. The highest 10-minute wind gust on that station, 54 miles per hour. And as you look out over into the distance, you can see across the bay, looking out towards Cape Sandblast, you can see that the horizon there. So now these flags are blowing northwest. North-northwest at 26. Northeast. Okay, so it's still, for my friends in Mexico Beach, it looks like the tornado is moved just inland, but the winds are obviously still really, really strong out of the south and west. The circulation area is likely moved inland just through there. And then along the coast, we have that onshore wind, and that's what we've seen with that south westerly wind. But as this low pressure moves inland, so because think about think about tornado as an area of low pressure. So that's probably where that northwesterly wind shift is coming from. So as that low is now passed to your north in Beacon Hill, we're seeing the winds coming more out of the north or northwest right now. Man, that was wild there for a minute. EBX, 1 hour shear. And you see there's that shear, again, that came right in to Mexico Beach, pretty close to Mexico Beach and the Gulf County line, Beacon Hill area. This is the 1 hour shear. This is the current wind shear. So it shows you where we've seen some rotation with this at 6:37 Central Time on Monday morning, October 27th. So the winds, winds are quite a bit lighter right now. Just looking at that camera, winds have gone more south, west at 10. So clearly the worst of the wind in that Beacon Hill area has subsided. But if you look still just west of you, 56, 49 miles an hour. So it looks like, so what we had, there was your rotation there, and now it's moving inland over parts of Gulf County. The tornado warning still continues for interior sections of Gulf County. That goes until 7 o'clock Central Time. So the tornado warning till 7 o'clock, severe thunderstorm warning till 7:15. This area also has an aerial flood advisory that's just been issued for that area as well. If you come over here, that's your rotational area that's now beginning to push its way inland. Now, let's look at radar rate. And you see the reason why they have the aerial flood advisory. This is your rain rate right now. So like how hard is it raining? If it rained for the next hour, at this rate, how much rain would you get? 4.5, 5.5 inches of rainfall. So that's part of the reason why they've issued this aerial flood advisory, is the fact that that there's going to be incredible rainfall that's coming out of this right now. It's just non-stop heavy rainfall. Now, if we look at the lightning, it's pretty much non-stop lightning as well. 749 strikes in the past 15 minutes. As I widen out the view, the number goes up because you're picking up some of the thunderstorms well offshore. But 864 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes, and they're consolidated pretty much in two areas. One within that tornado and severe thunderstorm warning, and then the other is located down out over across the Gulf. So Gulf County has a lot going on right now, from the tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, and an aerial flood advisory. Southeastern parts of Bay County also under the gun. So we clean off the radar, and it gives you a little bit better idea. Power outage wise, let's see. 400 over in Santa Rosa County, and 100 over into Escambia County. Let's see. National power out. So those are the current numbers over the Western Panhandle where we have power outages. Still a flood advisory in effect until 8:45 for Washington County, although we are beginning to see that rainfall kind of wane a little bit across the western half of the county. The heavier rainfall has moved into the eastern part of the county, over near Gilbert's Mill, Bell's Mill, that area. You're seeing some of the heavier rainfall basically along, there's some rain towards Vernon, but the heavier rain is along 77 and points eastward, Wausau, and over into eastern parts of Washington County. Some rainfall down across Bay County, but by far and away the heaviest of the rain from Weewa, Mexico Beach, and out over across our coastal waters. Tornado warning remains in effect. Looking at the velocity products here, and the shear products over the past hour, and where we've seen the possibility of hail just on the northern side of that. If we come back over past 30 minutes. what we're looking at now would be a CC drop, correlation coefficient for possible debris as this thing came on shore. Not really seeing it, and that's a good thing if we didn't, because that would tell us that maybe we didn't get any damage as far as like a tornado hoisting a lot of debris in the air. Although, what was... Let's see. No. Right there, maybe. Okay. So, if you're in Destin, Pensacola, Niceville, Walton County, you're fine. We're not going to see any severe weather out of any of this stuff out to the west. We're not going to see any severe weather. It doesn't look like Jackson County, Washington County, obviously, other than the heavy rainfall. As you move down into, let's see, it's about sunrise this morning. Did you want to pop that camera up, Dan? This is at Gulf Coast State College there in Port St. Joe. Or no, it's in Port St. Joe, right? But it's weird. As you look east, you can see the sunrise. There's some breaks in the cloud cover, and then we have this wall of water right now that's southeastern Bay County, northern parts of Gulf County. So obviously traveling along 22 this morning, going to be problematic as these storms continue to move right along 22. Say if you're traveling from Weewa, into Bay County this morning, you're going through an area that's seen some pretty incredible amounts of rainfall. It's raining very heavily right now. It's obviously raining very heavily down into Mexico Beach. There's still some broad rotation with that cell as it moves onshore, but nowhere near as intense as what it was a little while ago. They're seeing a north wind currently over in St. Joe Beach. The highest wind gust in the past 10 minutes is 34 miles an hour. Remember, they did have one that was at 54 miles an hour as the storm moved past. Where is... That's 625. Okay. Okay. This is the, thank you, Dan. This is the camera at the Beacon Hill at Gulf Veterans Memorial Park there in Gulf County. You see the winds right now. It's frozen, obviously, probably a little bit limited right now, but you see from earlier the winds blowing back out of the north with the as the circulation moves to your east. So north winds are taking over once again. We did have strong northeasterly winds, and then those winds did like a 180 where they went screaming out of the southwest as the possible tornado moved onshore. Now as that circulation moves onshore and moves inland over Gulf County, we're now looking at basically northerly winds taking over, and that's what you were seeing on that camera right now. Looks like that feeds back up. Let me find. So the winds are blowing northwest at 20, 25, northwest at 12. I'm looking at live data right now coming in from that sensor. North at 10, northwest at 10. Rainfall over the past 24 hours, you're now up to 1.5 inches of rainfall, 1.58 inches of rain at the station there located at the park. But you see the sky just kind of nonstop flashing. That's all that lightning that we're talking about. The circulation continuing to move onshore. This circulation is passing north of Port St. Joe. So you notice Port St. Joe is not in the tornado warning. Weewa is not in the tornado warning. But over the past hour, or we'll go half hour, you've definitely seen that circulation, which was very strong here, now is much more diffuse as it kind of makes its way inland. And then you have Port St. Joe down here towards the bottom of the screen, where all that worst of the weather is just north of you. Matter of fact, it's not even raining in Port St. Joe right now. Now, that's not to say you aren't going to get the rain. This rain out here will eventually come into Port St. Joe, so I don't want you to feel like you're not going to get any rainfall. You absolutely will, as this line will have to eventually progress its way off to the east. Now, one of the things to kind of look out here out over across our coastal waters is I'm not seeing any other rotations that I'm overly concerned about right now. Right there is maybe a very broad one, but nothing anywhere close to as intense as that one right there. And we have okay. What all? I was gonna look and see what Josie had. Okay. This just coming in. Gulf. I'll push this to my feed. Gulf District Schools delayed start 9:30 local time today due to severe weather. Supervision available for early arrivals. Please travel safely. So Gulf County Sheriff's Office says that the schools are going to delay start until 9:30 local time today. So depending upon which part of the county that you're in, whether you're in the central or eastern part of the county, it's 9:30 local time. And that is for Gulf District Schools, delayed start until 9:30. So for kids in Gulf County because of the storms. I haven't heard anything, any other delays and things of that nature. Let's see. There was a motorcycle accident 40 minutes ago at 231 South and East Avenue, according to Josie. Oak Avenue downtown near the marinas in Panama City flooded with about 1.5 feet of water. Several roads around downtown are too. They're being blocked by police. That was as of 5:40 from Josie on the go. An hour ago, flights were on time at ECP and VPS with the exception of the Atlanta 6 a.m. flight, which was delayed, but the rest seemed to be okay. So anyway, that is the latest that we have here. Let's look at the Weather Service chat and see. Tornado warning for northwestern Gulf, southeastern Bay counties will expire at 7 o'clock, so in 7 minutes. So they'll go ahead and allow that warning to expire. And that's what we've been seeing, is that that we're not really seeing any rotation like we did when it moved into the Mexico Beach area. For my friends in Mexico Beach, just an FYI, you're fine. You can come out of the shower in the closet. So as we look at the circulation that moved inland, obviously weakening, but that's what we talked about. There's that more stable air mass located over land areas, as we've seen that strong northeasterly wind just kind of keeping the more unstable air mass offshore, keeping most of the circulations have been offshore as well. Now, yesterday we had some tornadoes over in the Pensacola, more towards Gulf Shores, Orange Beach area, that found their way onshore. But that's because kind of if you were to draw the boundary, you know, it was kind of like the boundary ran like this offshore, and so, you know, to the south of this line was unstable, and that was over on land here, but it kept everything offshore down here. Now we're just kind of seeing that boundary just kind of hugging right along the coastline, but not very far inland. And so essentially that more stable air mass is just going to kind of eat up any tornadic circulations that develop along that warm front as they move inland. But we did have, again, that brief tornado warning, or that tornado warning that we have right now for Gulf County. But again, we're expecting that to expire here in the next couple of minutes. They said that, okay. So my friends, the Kerrigans, say the neighbor's porta potty is in our front yard, which isn't surprising at all. When you looked at, I mean, at the weather station at Beacon Hill, and that's not necessarily like catching everything, obviously. That's, you know, they had 54-mile-an-hour winds. That would definitely relocate a porta potty. And there's a good chance Mexico Beach, where they are, that the winds were even stronger, because that's where the core of that circulation, the possible tornado, came on shore. So the winds are probably even stronger there. And we were looking at some pretty incredible shear coming out of that, indicating that rotation. Ooh. So the other thing is we have the severe thunderstorm warning there, but we also have the aerial flood advisory. So that goes until 9:30 Central Time in Gulf County. So for the extreme northern portion, from the northern port, like up near 22, and extending down to Mexico Beach, over into southeastern Bay County, and it goes up just about to Weewa, is where we're seeing kind of that swath. You see Weewa is right on the edge of the flood advisory, but that's that heavy rainfall that is basically extending through Gulf County from Weewa all the way down to Mexico Beach and southeastern parts of Bay County. And then that line just continues all the way out into the Gulf. Okay, we've lost. Here we can. Let's see. Disturb. Let me. Let's see. I can pop this up here. So this came from my friends in Mexico Beach. There's the porta potty in the front yard. And you look over there, you can see that looks like 98 going through, and that's the neighbor's house. Like chair knocked over there. They had some siding that was knocked off the house as well. We'll bring this back over, and hopefully, if I'm right, there we go. Radar pops back in. Thank you very much, Ms. Dana, for sending that in. Josie said Mexico Beach, power lines down and camper trailers turned over. That wouldn't be surprising. Hopefully, these are not campers that people were staying in. So some campers turned over there in Mexico Beach. Let's look at the... let's go back over here to the power outage data. National power outage. Okay, so get rid of the warnings. We can pixel query. So 2,000 people without power right now in Gulf County. And then out to the west, quite a bit less than that, 100, 2,500 over into Baldwin County. But 2,000 people without power right now in Gulf County. So my friends that sent that picture said that their fence was torn down, they lost some gutters and siding, and obviously got their neighbor's porta potty in their front yard. But they are okay, which is most important, although probably not the way you want to start off a Monday, for sure. So you see 400 in Santa Rosa County, 100 in Escambia, 2,500 Baldwin, 2,000 people without power right now in Gulf County. Looking at the lightning data in this view, 929 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And that's pretty much this swath that we've been talking about that runs through Gulf County and out into the Gulf. And that's probably 90% of all the lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes have been in that swath from Gulf County out into the Gulf south of Panama City. I'm hard pressed to find any lightning anyplace else. That's almost all of it. You'd see things much calmer. Right now, this is the Destination Panama City camera into Panama City this morning. Cloudy skies, still kind of looks ominous, but notice water's really settled down a good bit. Hey, Dan, is that something we can pull up? Okay, this looks like, where is found storm damage video on Facebook from Brett Gibbons. Thank you for that. Is that in that's Mexico Beach? Is that the El Governor right there on the right? Is that what we're looking at there? I think that might be the El Governor. You see the emergency vehicles there. And that's Brett Gibbons, who's out with some storm damage there in Mexico Beach. That was definitely, that was a nasty cell, obviously, that moved into Gulf County and southeastern Bay County this morning. There's some damage on the other side of the road, you could see. That's the El Governor with roof, of course. They had some roof damage at the El Governor, so that's part of the roof that was probably on the other side of the road. Oh yeah, you can see kind of like a cut out of it. Thank you, Dan, for pointing that out. And that was in Mexico Beach, and they just renovated that hotel after the hurricane. And now we have some damage there in Mexico Beach, as if life isn't tough enough down there. So on the back side of all this, things clear out pretty quickly. North wind at 23 in Panama City. As we go PCB south, this is the days in, looking south towards the Gulf on the beach. So the more ominous storms located to the south and east. PCB looking east. This is looking out towards the Gulf and more eastward down that way towards Mexico Beach. And southeast PCB. This should be the Sea Screamers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, in Grand Lagoon. See Lighthouse Marina there. Still the north wind blowing right now. Live Doppler radar. 927 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. The warnings that we have, severe thunderstorm warning for Gulf County. And a flood advisory for Gulf County, flood advisory for Washington County. That goes until 8:45. The heaviest of the rain moving out of the eastern half, so it's hardly even raining most of Washington County, but the eastern half, say from Chipley along 77 eastward, still seeing some heavy rainfall. But that's what we're looking at there. And then the heaviest of the rainfall in Gulf County right now is near Weewa down through Mexico Beach, St. Joe Beach, that area. The movement of the storms moving off to the east. So again, everything else is much spottier as you go to the west. There'll be embedded some heavy rainfall, but nothing in the way of any severe weather by any stretch of the imagination. The severe weather threat right now is essentially across Gulf County and a little bit of, we'll say, Franklin County eventually. But I think that's going to be pretty much about it. There's a chance over southern Liberty County, but as far as where could we potentially see anything in the way of severe weather, it's going to be in that area right there. You're going to have to get fairly close to the coastline. You're going to have to get into this swath out here as it moves to the east to be able to probably support anything remotely severe. Everything else is just going to be generally a rain threat, brief heavy rainfall, but everything's much spottier. So as far as like who needs to be worried about it, it's pretty much Gulf and Franklin counties at this point are the only ones, maybe a little bit of southern Liberty County. Most of that though is state forest. Okay, Dan's mentioning that okay, tell you what we can do here. Let's okay, so we're just getting rid of, let's get rid of everything on the map here. We'll get rid of the warnings, and we can zoom in here. Let's go into Mexico Beach, and we can turn on, the 1 meter mapping. And so this is satellite imagery from it's not the newest imagery. I mean, there's obviously, you could still see there's quite a bit of damage from there's still quite a bit of damage from back from Hurricane Michael, so it's not the most the most up-to-date satellite imagery. But if you look real carefully here, you can see that. Hold on one sec. So the L governor, so that's, oops, it's right here. That's what I thought. Okay. So right here is the L governor. And then over here, there's an RV park across the street. And so Josie had mentioned that there's some RVs and campers that were flipped over. And I'm wondering if that's where it was, because we saw that damage to the L governor, to the roof of the L governor, which is, again, this being the L governor, and this being the RV park. You know, I wonder if if that's what ended up happening, is that we have some damage in that RV park. We had the emergency vehicles that you saw on the side of the screen there as well. That we saw on the video that came from Brett Gibbons, who was passing through Mexico Beach and was able to capture that. Sorry, I'm also trying to watch Dan at the same time as myself. So anyway, so that's what we're going to try and sort out, to try and get some information as to what ended up happening down there in Mexico Beach. Hopefully we don't have any injuries, but I'm a little concerned that we had the El Governor where we had roof damage. We know that. We saw the emergency vehicles. And then across from that, we have the RV park. And Josie on the go told us that, let's see, power lines down, campers and trailers turned over there in Gulf County. So I'm a little concerned that that's where that was. And if we come back here, okay, then we can go back over the past hour, velocity product. Over the past hour. Now, let's go back to now. Okay, and let me back this up here, because I can go back a little bit farther. We'll go back 2 hours. Yeah. So that's my concern, is that this was when the storm was kind of at its strongest. And I think that rotation probably moved pretty close to where the El Governor was and that RV place. So hopefully people were able to seek a safe place, in particular in that RV park. You know, because if they didn't see a tornado, they saw extremely strong winds, certainly strong enough winds that would not be safe for to be in a RV or a camper by any stretch. So that was at 6:25, so what, 35, 40 plus minutes ago. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for, okay, it's where we talked about that, basically Southern Gulf, Southern Liberty, and Franklin County. So they're just extending this to the east. Now, this is severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but you know, this is the picture right there this morning of that possible tornado moving into Mexico Beach. Let's bring it back to live right now. We widen out There's still some broad rotation down there. Oop. So we go back past hour. Definitely very broad, but it is out there, it moves east. You can see exactly how tight this was as it moved into Mexico Beach. And now we're kind of seeing it widen out a little bit more as it moves inland. As far as warnings, you see the update there to right now. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's going to include, the extreme southern part of Liberty County to south of Weewa, and then all the way, doesn't include St. George Island, but it goes over to past East Point and Appalach is kind of the area that we're looking at. It does include Port St. Joe, broad rotation inland north of Port St. Joe, but as we look we look out here into the Gulf, and that's some, obviously some very heavy rainfall that's about ready to move into Port St. Joe this morning. Now, you'll be more than happy to take the heavy rainfall and avoid the severe weather, but keep in mind there's a lot of lightning in there. And within that, we can query the winds that are located in here. But just taking a quick look at it, winds don't appear to be very strong. Now, as you get inland, much stronger winds there. They're going to be moving. It's south of Weewa and just west of the river. Hey, Dan, is that something, are you still fixing that? Fixing that up? We're looking at, Dan's getting some footage ready, some pictures of some damage there in Mexico Beach, down in at that RV park we were talking about across the street from the El Governor, of some damage there. So let him get that ready here, and I'm going to kind of keep an eye off to the side, and when he's done, we'll share it with you here in just a minute. So broad rotation continuing to move inland over Gulf County, but as you come up here, as far as like to give you some spatial awareness, just south there's Weewa. So Weewa is not in the thunderstorm warning right now, and won't be, but you see it's just south of you is where that severe thunderstorm warning is. And again, schools in Gulf County delayed opening to 9:30 till 9:30 local time, not central, not eastern, local time. So it depends on which part of the county that you're in. So that severe thunderstorm warning extends over into Liberty County and then goes down to Apalachicola, East Point, Indian Pass, Cape San Blas, Port St. Joe. And as I mentioned, there's still some broad rotation right there. So we'll have to continue to watch it, obviously, as it moves off to the east. But nowhere near as strong as when it came in onshore near Mexico Beach. And we are still continuing to watch heavy rainfall extending south of Mexico Beach in particular. It's still raining heavily in Mexico Beach, but not as intense as it is, say, out into the peninsula of Cape San Blas there at the state park. And now that torrential rainfall beginning to come into Port St. Joe. This is a 30-minute loop, so showing the past 30 minutes. of that rainfall now moving into Port St. Joe this morning. So what we're going to be waiting for, just be waiting for this line to cross through Port St. Joe and eventually Apalachicola, and then we're done. It's still raining heavily, and I'm sure my farming friends are super happy up into Jackson County. In particular, just south of Marianna, we're looking at a nice little swath of some heavy rainfall along 231 up near the Alford community there, and heavy rain just south of Cottondale. So some good news there. Soak it up while you can, because again, as you move back to the west, things are drying out in a hurry. Hey, Dan, is that something that you have ready to go? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So what we're looking at here, this is from a picture looking at what's happening or what happened down in Mexico Beach. So this is an RV park across the street from the El Governor. We had some roof damage there at the El Governor, and you can see some fencing was knocked down there. Looks like maybe a power pole, fencing. Definitely looks like some damage there. Now, at least in those pictures, those RVs are at least upright, so that's good news. But we had, as I mentioned, my friends there in Mexico Beach, they had a porta potty from a neighbor's house in their front yard. Their fence was knocked down. They had some siding damage and gutter damage to their house as the storms moved in. But when you looked at the wind, it's not surprising as that storm came on shore. What we're hoping to find out is that, that everyone in that RV resort across from the El Governor is okay. That's what we're going to be awaiting word from. We had some video a little while ago of showing some of the emergency vehicles there at the El Governor across the street, and a chunk of the roof was missing there out of the hotel as well. But obviously, the concerns are, with the severe weather, mobile homes, RVs, definitely not safe places to be during a possible tornado. And, whether we saw a tornado officially or not, or just really strong winds, doesn't matter. Definitely not a safe place to be. And so fingers crossed for the folks that were in that RV resort. Hopefully they got the warning, were able to go over to the hotel and seek a safer spot from the storm. But, nasty conditions this morning across Northwest Florida. But as far as that severe weather threat, so now officially Bay County is out of the severe thunderstorm warning. That has since expired. So it's just Gulf, Southern Liberty, and parts of Franklin counties that are under severe thunderstorm warning. Still a flood advisory in effect for parts of for Gulf County, as well as northern parts of Washington County. Flood advisory from some of that heavy rainfall this morning. As we look west in Destin, we're still seeing some rainfall this morning. As you look out over across the harbor there and the East Pass and looking across the Marler Bridge, there's some rain if you look real carefully off into the distance. There's still this last batch of rainfall that's moving on through, but I mean, this is all just kind of small, spotty stuff, nothing that I would be overly concerned about. There's no lightning in it, anything like that. All of the lightning, nearly 1,000 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, and almost all of that is over Liberty and Gulf counties and across the nearby coastal waters. So that's a nonstop light show. I can't even imagine what it's like to kind of be down there and hear that, because it's nonstop lightning. Just in 15 minutes, 1,000 lightning strikes. Um, 2,000 people without power right now in Gulf County. So, oh, sorry. That's okay. So, did the kids off to school? Did I hear them? Or Lila? I don't know. There's a worm. The cat's been in the studio all morning, and I think he brought in like a worm, maybe a small snake. Never a dull moment. Okay, so Lila's off to school. My mother-in-law, her birthday is Wednesday, and so she came in town last night so we could celebrate her, and she took Lila off to school, which is good. And now Mari and Charlie are getting ready for their school. They start a little bit later, but as I mentioned, in Gulf County, you have delayed opening until 9:30 in Gulf County for schools there because of the storms. 9:30 local time, so not Eastern, not Central, just local time. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45 Central Time, so it goes for another hour. These are all very long fuse warnings down that the Weather Service has been issuing. Weather Service Israel was talking about that cell that we were showing a little bit of rotation still with it. It's not as tight as what it was, but the Weather Service is monitoring this as it moves inland over Gulf County for rotation. So they're going to keep an eye on that. So we'll watch that as well for the possibility of maybe them issuing another tornado warning. I'm not seeing it right now, but there we go. Let's see if I can bring this up. So this is some footage of Mexico Beach. So, okay, this is the RV park. Oh my goodness, you can see that's on its side right there. So there is pretty significant damage. Look, I don't know if that's an RV, but you can see that's in bad spot. These are power lines. So obviously, like, power poles got knocked down and they're just kind of hanging across the tops of RVs. There you can see the power poles there. So this is across the street from the El Governor Hotel. So this is moving east along 98. You can see debris up, or no, that's a palm tree. But okay, here's the RV park over here, and start paying close attention to some of the RVs that are flipped over on their sides. You can see some damage there. Look at quite a bit of, that's roof probably from the El Governor. That looks like either roof or damage over there. Tree down, power lines down, hanging across the tops of the RVs there. At least some of those RVs are okay that were there in the front. And some more debris. You can see the power poles definitely have gotten kind of tilted, likely because of some of those power poles got knocked down. So I think it kind of pulled them all in this direction. But you see there the power lines that have gotten knocked down. and this is in the El Governor area. Okay. Gulf County schools are closed. So that's just a moment ago. Due to extended severe weather warnings, all Gulf District schools are closed today, Monday, October 27th. Let's see here. Let's see, Gulf District. Gulf District schools. Let's see. Okay, we can pull this up. Okay, so Gulf District schools are closed Monday, October 27th because of the severe weather. Students who are already on campus are safe and being supervised by staff. Transportation will resume and students will be returned home once weather conditions improve and it's safe to travel. Please continue to monitor local weather updates and stay safe. Let me push this out to my page here. Okay. So stop that, bring back over live Doppler radar this morning. Where we have the threat of severe weather. Again, broad rotation still going on across interior sections of Gulf County. And that's located right there. So we'll keep an eye out. Interior sections of Franklin County, Southern Liberty County is where that rotation is going. You see how slow it's moving. It's moving east at about probably 15 to 20 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and do a storm track here. Brickyard at 9 o'clock. You know, so not a very populated area, but people that have fishing camps along the river there obviously will want to keep an eye on this cell as it moves on through. At the very least, you're going to see some strong winds as the storm moves through, not necessarily, you know, we're keeping an eye on for possible rotation with it, but that's about it. So that heavy rainfall coming down is coming down cats and dogs in Port St. Joe. So when we look at the rainfall rates, you know, you're looking at 4, 5, 5.5 inches of rain per hour is what we're looking at over Gulf County and stretching out into the coastal waters. So that's in that swath of the heaviest of the rainfall right now. Still, my friends up in Jackson County, some good news here. You don't have any risk of severe weather, but at least Alford over to Grand Ridge, Mariana along I-10 and Highway 90, there's some pretty good rainfall coming down there over the past 30 minutes. We've seen that rainfall move from the west in Washington County and now pushing over into Jackson County. So some pretty good rainfall, and that's now spreading upwards into Mariana. So, you'll be, enjoying that because you have desperately needed that rainfall. And then everything to the west, like it's still raining over into parts of South Walton, Destin. Some heavier showers are over towards Fort Walton Beach, but there's nothing in the way of any lightning out there. I can turn on the lightning data and there's nothing. It's all down here is where the unstable air mass is. There's one lightning strike up in Jackson County, a few lightning strikes towards Tallahassee, but it's where that unstable air mass is over Gulf, Franklin, Southern Liberty, coastal waters is where, we're getting the 800, 900, even close to 1,000 at times lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And again, we had that so far. Turn on the storm. Okay, so here are some. Let's look at some of the storm reports that we've had. Let's turn off the warnings so we don't get those. Thunderstorm wind gusts 1 mile north of Mexico Beach, 44 miles an hour. That was thunderstorm wind damage 1 mile southeast of Mexico Beach. Thunderstorm wind gusts 54 miles per hour, so that was that gust that I was talking about in Mexico Beach. And then we had a 58 mile an hour wind gust in 1 mile east of Mexico Beach. So officially, no, we haven't verified that there was a tornado. It was certainly possible, but there's quite a bit of damage. Dan, do you want to put that footage up there? This is just another view of the damage over at the RV park across from the El Governor there in Mexico Beach this morning. So that's the other thing of note here is that, we've had this line of storms move west to east, and as you look for any kind of damage, we had weather reports over into Mississippi, coastal sections of Baldwin County and Alabama, and then nothing until you got basically southeastern Bay, Gulf counties as those storms that, again, have been just kind of hugging that warm front as it tried to lift to the north, haven't been able to find their way onshore. And that's good news because it meant we got rainfall and we didn't get anything in the way of any severe weather until those storms were able to kind of get onshore there over into southeastern Bay County and on into Gulf County this morning. Let's see. Let's see. Just looking for more updates on what's going on in Mexico Beach. Posts. So it's pretty much the footage from here we can. This is the footage from Brett over in Mexico Beach this morning. Looking on the north side of the road, that was the RV resort. You can see the roof damage up the got pushed over into the RV resort. We had some power lines down. It looked like we had some RVs, mobile RVs that were toppled over there as well. Here's a video from Devontae Jordan, and you see again kind of the similar scenario there. Look at all the power lines that are down. Quite a bit of debris off into the resort there. Oh, that looked like one of those construction signs that they put on the side of the road there at the end. On the right, see right there? Or at least some kind of trailer there. So that was some of the damage that we're looking at over into Mexico Beach this morning. Again, those are the only reports that we have down there where we had wind gusts upwards of 58 miles an hour, 54 miles an hour. And then obviously, we have some damage to some homes and the RVs and damage to the El Governor as that possible tornado came on shore. Now, let's bring it back over here to our shear product. And you notice that the shear in this area has definitely waned over since this storm came on shore. So this shows 1 hour shear. So there's the shear right there. Came into Mexico Beach, and then we've kind of seen it just kind of fizzle out when it comes to that rotation. This was, we haven't really seen, let's see, if we go radar, yeah, we haven't really seen any shear up in Washington County here. But that's the rotation moving through Gulf County, and it looks like it's about ready to cross over into northern parts of Franklin County, but this is very broad. There's not a tornado warning in effect with that, so just an FYI. Let's see. Dispatch reports were of several campers on their sides with several people trapped and some injured. Roof damage to the El Governor Hotel, multiple power lines down, trees down, roads blocked. Emergency crews can't continue their search of those areas until the power company comes in and takes care of the live power lines in the roadway. That's Terry Paris. Okay, Heather Raffield. Thank you, Dan. So this is Mexico Beach. And this is some damage down there. And this comes from Heather Raffield. Thank you very much, Heather. I'll step over here so I can get a better look. So this is just kind of driving along, it looks like it's coming up on 98 there. Maybe that's the road out to Overstreet that she was on, coming down to 98. You see some of the debris there. That's quite a bit of debris. My goodness. That's all metal roof, too. So I assume that probably came from the roof of that condo building there. And that over in Mexico Beach this morning. Thank you very much, Heather, for sharing that footage. What's that, I wonder, in the street? But I mean, you know, a lot of that metal right there is probably roofing that came out of that that condo there with the green shutters that you're looking at. But again, that's 98 in Mexico Beach. A lot of debris across the roadway there this morning. Let's see. One second, I'm just sharing a couple of these storm damage videos to social media. So just to kind of set the scenario here, we have one severe thunderstorm warning. That is for parts of Liberty, Gulf, and Franklin counties going until 9:45 Eastern, 8:45 Central Time. So that goes for about another hour as these storms push to the east. Still have an aerial flood advisory in effect for northern Washington County that goes for another hour. And over parts of Gulf and Bay counties, flood advisory until 9:30 Central Time. So a little under 2 hours left on that one. When we look at how much rainfall have we gotten across Northwest Florida, there's been some pretty good swaths of rain out there. So let's do a pixel query, and as you come up into, say, Washington County, 3.4, 3.6, 2.9, 3.1, just offshore of Pensacola, 10 inches of rain. Just south of Panama City, 6 inches of rain. But you notice as you get, points east, you're getting under an inch to hardly any rain in Franklin County. If you're out in, say, South Walton, this is Doppler radar estimates. Santa Rosa Beach, 4 to 5 inches of rain, 4 to 5 along 30A, 3 inches towards Inlet Beach. And then as you get into Panama City Beach, 2.5, 1.7, 0.7, about an inch. Southport, Lynn Haven area, heavier rain in Panama City and out towards Tyndall Air Force Base, getting upwards of closer to 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. Port St. Joe, about an inch, 1.2, but the heavy rain's still coming down there. And as you look up into Washington County, again, that's where we've seen some heavier rainfall, 2 to 4 inches of rain. Obviously, less rainfall, closer to an inch of rain up into Jackson County this morning. Calhoun County, you've been kind of left out with the heavier rain to your south and to your north and west. And as you look at live Doppler radar, you can see you're probably not going to pick up any of the good heavier rainfall. Thank you, Dan. I see that right now. Let's look at our storm relative velocity. Some shear up with that just offshore. We keep an eye on now. As we look back over the past 30 minutes, it's just kind of sitting there south of St. Vincent Island and St. George Island. You see a little bit of, there's that broad shear moving through parts of Gulf over into Franklin counties. Bay County Sheriff, the Bay County Sheriff's Office and Emergency Services is on the scene of a tornado strike in Mexico Beach this morning. The touchdown happened at a campground near the El Governor Beach Resort in Mexico Beach. The incident is unfolding. More details to be released as they are known. Bay County Sheriff's Office, so we shared that. And Bay County schools are closed today. As you look, what was the hail swath? Did you want to look at that, Dan? EVX, 1 hour hail. So there's a chance that there's at least some hail. This shows the past. I think I selected half hour. This is the 1 hour shear. Current shear. So again, you see some broad rotation there, maybe some offshore, but that's it. Okay. This is, you want to know what it's like to do severe weather coverage in your house? This is what it's like. So there's the cat sleeping while I had a tornado in Mexico Beach this morning. It's the reality of life. But, thoughts and prayers to everyone in Mexico Beach. That's just awful. Hopefully, they're able to get everyone out of those RVs at the RV resort across from the El Governor. And if I take off this, we can zoom in because we have the 1 meter mapping up here. This is the RV resort right there. Right there. Morning, Charlie. How are we doing? Time to go to school. No, you're not going to be canceled. There's the RV resort. This is the Governor right there. So that's where, it seems like we seem to have a lot of the damage right there in Mexico Beach this morning. That's the canal. So again, right down in this area. And Beacon Hill, that was another area where we saw, let me see here. Let me share this with y'all. So this was this morning at 7:25, so 6:25 Central Time. And notice, look at the flags. They're just screaming out of the north and east. And then within, let's see, 6:25, 6:27 Central Time, 7:27 Eastern Time. Look at the winds, the exact opposite direction. And this was about the time that we had the possible tornado move in to Mexico Beach. This would have been just barely east of where the tornado was. So that would indicate, obviously, that wind shift is the wind coming out of the north. And then as the tornado moved onshore just west, then that brings the onshore wind that you're looking at right there. So that was this morning over into the Beacon Hill area and not too far away from just west of the tornado. Hey, Dan, maybe the Tallahassee radar on that. The Tallahassee might have a better view. You can see that rotation just south of St. George Island. Possible water spout just south of St. George Island. It looks like it's right now just passing kind of southeast. I can pull up cameras. There's, this is the Blue Parrot there on St. George Island. So the water spout, if there was one, would be located kind of past the tiki hut there. I'm not sure if we would be able to see it even if it came right through that view, but it'll be something we kind of keep an eye on here over the next little bit. But definitely a small rotation located just south of St. George Island this morning. Slack chat. Let's see. Nothing new from the Weather Service. We're still up there close to 1,000 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Again, just consolidated for the most part across our coastal waters, Franklin and Gulf counties, a little bit of Liberty County this morning. But you can hardly see anything thanks to all the strikes on the map, so we'll take those off. But there's a ton of lightning out there as these storms continue to move to the east. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me go grab some water real quick, and I'll be back in just a second. So you're not going to hear me for a minute, but I'm coming right back. Okay. We are back. I apologize. There you go. Thank you, Dan, for popping that up. I don't want to step on you. Are you talking? Okay. There's a lot of emergency vehicles going towards Mexico Beach to help from the storm. A viewer says that the Panama City Fire Department has been requested to respond their search and rescue team to assist Mexico Beach. As we had that possible tornado damage this morning, around 6:25, so about an hour and a half ago, hour 40 ago. We have the one severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. That is for parts of Franklin, Liberty, and a little bit of Gulf counties. Light rainfall in Mexico Beach. The good news is you're about done with a lot of the persistent rainfall. There could be some off and on rainfall, but hopefully we could get that rainfall done, and the rescue crews can not have that to deal with. If we come over right now and look at the lightning data, there's still lightning over not far from Mexico Beach. I mean, obviously the bulk of it's well east of there, but even in the past 15 minutes, in this view right here, we've had 4 to 7 lightning strikes, depending upon what you're looking at. And obviously, that's close enough to be struck at this point because that lightning's not far away. So folks are going to, we get into this, there might be occasionally some rain, but there's no lightning. All that lightning is located east. And you see there's basically like kind of 3 clusters of lightning. There's this one here, there's this one here, and there's this one here. Now let's turn off the lightning, okay, and see what all we're looking at. There's one thunderstorm there. This one right here, this is the one that's just south of St. George Island that has probably is producing a water spout. And nothing, just heavy rainfall and lightning there, but I'm not seeing any rotation there. This is that broad rotation that was the tornado that moved into Mexico Beach, or possible tornado that moved into Mexico Beach. So there's that circulation. Here's another one, smaller one, just offshore of St. George Island that could be producing a water spout. And here's just general thunderstorm winds, nothing in the way of any rotation there. So let's go. So you see this is the tip of St. George Island. So if we're looking at, it's the bridge out to the island there, and this is the rotation right there. Again, could be a water spout there. And then as you move inland, there's broad rotation there. That's pretty unpopulated. That's all forest up there in Franklin County. But did you see so that was some of the rotation there. And then now some weak rotation there. But definitely, nowhere near as strong as what it was when it was over Gulf County. And when it was there, it was nowhere near as strong as what it was over moving into Mexico Beach. And I can pull this up and we can go back. let's go back 2 hours because we're coming up on not seeing anything. So this is a 2-hour loop, and that is your possible tornado moving into Mexico Beach. So we can pause this, go back. Right there. So that's when we were looking at the storm reports of the damage in Mexico Beach. That's when we saw the tidal rotation. There was a tornado warning in effect. And we've been watching this well back to the west. It's taken, it wasn't moving quickly, 15 to 20 miles an hour, basically just kind of hugging right along the coastline. Finally coming on shore there in Mexico Beach, and that's where we're seeing obviously power outages, damage to the El Governor, damage throughout Mexico Beach, but it seems like the consolidation of a lot of the damage is over at the El Governor and the RV park across the street from the El Governor. But that was at 5 this morning, and we can go out in time. And you notice as this circulation moved on shore, it definitely kind of broadened out as it continued off to the east. I'm just checking to see if we've gotten any content. So this morning. I was just looking to see if we've gotten any pictures through the app. This looks like Panama City. So this is video or a picture, Jinx in Panama City from a viewer sent in this footage. Look at the water in the roadway right there. So this is downtown, and this is that low spot there before you go up towards Harrison Avenue. And that's some of the flooding from some of the heavy rainfall that we saw this morning. And that came in from Ed Turner. Thank you very much, Ed, for sending in that footage or those pictures. You want to throw that up, Dan? The St. George Island camera? So this is on the fishing pier. The old bridge, which is now the fishing pier, and this is looking back toward East Point. This is out on the island, obviously there at the lighthouse, not too far away from the Blue Parrot and not too far away from the bridge back over into East Point. still looking at that circulation out over just south of St. George Island. Right, it looks like it's staying offshore. And then if you look to the northeast of Apalachicola, you can see that broad rotation briefly tightened up there for a moment. Because did you see that one shear marker there that popped up there for a second? Now, thankfully, that's like, we probably should be on Tallahassee's radar. We are, because I probably am still out of habit picking. Yeah, okay. So that shows the difference, because obviously this is closer to Tallahassee. Now, thankfully, this is all woods up here. It's forest, but this is the same kind of cell that was up there in that came into Mexico Beach, and now has been kind of cycling up and down with rotation. But you see right now, this is a cross section of the reflectivity showing the shear marker right there. And then as Dan pulls this back and forth, you can see this is over 40,000+ feet. There's the 30,000 mark is the yellow one right there. So this is extending upwards of 40,000 feet. As he drags it through the shear marker to the northern side, that's probably, Dan, that won't surprise me if that purple area ends up being like a bit of a hail core. Because it's on the kind of the north side there. Yeah, there's that potential hail core right there on the north side of the storm, or where the rotation is. So there's the hail. There's another one offshore. That's associated with that other cell that we're looking at. So we have two cells right now that still have some rotation, all in Gulf County, or I'm sorry, all in Franklin County. Still heavy rainfall out across the Cape into Gulf County, but not seeing anything in the way of any severe weather at the moment for my friends in Gulf County. Yeah, it's that front, that dry air, cooler air. 60s to the north, 70s down to the south. And you're going to notice that, today, if we get some sun, we'll see the temperatures bounce up a bit. But certainly by tomorrow, 70 is going to be probably a struggle for highs. Power outages, as Dan was showing you, not many up in Jackson County, but over 2,000 power outages, 2,500 power outages down into Gulf County, and that represents those 2,500 represents almost a quarter or a fifth of the people in Gulf County right now are without power. So it's a pretty sizable amount. When you're up there at 20% of all the people in the county are without power. And I venture to say, obviously the vast majority of those are going to be into that Mexico Beach, Beacon Hill, St. Joe Beach area where the bulk of those power outages are. Rainfall rate, the heaviest of the rain right now over into Franklin County, and then getting ready to come on shore over into Cape San Blas, where if it rained for an entire hour at that rate, you would pick up 6 to 7 inches of rainfall. Now, we don't think that's going to be the case, but it gives you an idea that this is torrential rainfall. There's a ton of lightning still associated with this, and we still have some broad rotation across our area. This is St. George Island, looking at the lighthouse there. The lighthouse right now with the gray skies in behind it. This is looking more towards like the east-northeast is I think the view here, because you can see the water tower there to the left part of the screen. That's right as you come across the bridge. So this is kind of looking up toward, in theory, if you look up toward, like, say, that cell that's inland over Franklin County is kind of the general direction that you're looking at. As you look over into the fishing bridge over on St. George Island, looking back towards East Point, obviously you can see heavy rainfall right now, and that's showing up on live Doppler radar, where we have that heavy rainfall continuing across St. George Island and out over across the bay there, the Apalachicola Bay on the backside of the island. But right now, heavy rain and lightning are your two big threats that you're looking at right now. Okay, the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Liberty County is canceled. That view is Salinas Park over right kind of at the elbow there of Cape San Blas is the arm there that goes out towards the Cape. That's the park right there, and you can still see heavy rainfall coming down there. As I mentioned, though, the warning has been shaved back for Liberty County. So right now it's Gulf County and Franklin County are the only places that have any chance of seeing severe weather right now. We're looking at still just offshore of St. George Island, that cell just kind of sitting there over the past half hour right here with some rotation. You saw that rotation that popped upwards in shear, 1 hour shear. And then there's your hail. So a little bit of hail possible. Interior sections of Franklin County, some just offshore or near shore on the far eastern part of St. George Island. And we've also seen some shear. Nothing sticking out right now that would be tornado worthy, but we have seen it here over the past little bit. Thankfully, the strongest shear we've seen has been interior sections of Franklin County up into the forest there. So, not any people up there really. And then this other one that hasn't been quite as strong, but occasionally could be producing a water spout right now, staying just offshore of St. George Island. Let's so this is the Blue Parrot there on St. George Island. So we're looking off in the general direction of where that water spout would be. It's going to be difficult to tell just because of the frame rate that we're getting off of this camera to be able to see it. But in theory, that water spout is over here on the right part of the screen. So let's not lose our situational awareness, and we'll keep an eye on that, because if this holds together, it is moving right along the coast. So in theory, we should be able to see that water spout, maybe. Now the problem is, it's on the south side of St. George Island. So we're looking off in the general direction of where that water spout would be. It's going to be difficult to tell just because of the frame rate that we're getting off of this camera to be able to see it. But in theory, that water spout is over here on the right part of the screen. So let's not lose our situational awareness, and we'll keep an eye on that, because if this holds together, it is moving right along the coast. So in theory, we should be able to see that water spout, maybe. Now the problem is, it's on the south side of of the cell, so you're going to be looking through like a wall of water. So that probably is going to be difficult to be able to see it, but it's probably our best chance of being able to see that water spout as it moves just past this camera over at the Blue Parrot and goes out into the Gulf. The other thing is they keep this on like a security cam like thing, so it's constantly moving. So unfortunately, you don't get to control like, oh, I just want to keep it facing this, so we're having to kind of go back and forth. So we'll come back to that here in just a second. So flood advisory is still in effect for Washington, mostly just Washington County, a little bit of Holmes County, and then one for Gulf County, eastern parts of Bay County. Although the rain is now done within that box, and when I say done, as far as anything persistent rainfall, but obviously there's a lot of water still kind of sitting on the road after picking up, a whole bunch of rainfall. 24 hours. So you see in that kind of swath right there, within that 2, 3, 4 inches plus rainfall. That ball right there. And then up into northern Washington County, 2 to 3 inches of rainfall that we've seen up there, Doppler radar estimates. And then we've seen 2 inches of rainfall over into South Walton. But I need to caveat that because I forgot to switch it back over to EVX. So let's redo this. This is going to give us a better representation of how much rain we've gotten up there. So that's 2 to 4 inches of rain. South Walton, 4, 2.8. And then as you come over here into Gulf County, 2.8, 3.6 inches of rain. But you see there's this swath of Liberty and Calhoun counties that have gotten literally almost nothing. But those are where the swaths of rainfall were. Up across I-10, north of I-10, very little rainfall up into this area. Less than an inch of rain, basically. But Mariana, at least just near Mariana and south, you've at least gotten an inch and a half of rainfall. But definitely south of I-10 and to the west. So we talked about that yesterday. As you go west and near the coast, heavier rainfall. As you go inland and to the east, you would see less rainfall. And that's been generally the thinking. Severe weather threat has been mainly right along the coastline. In inland areas, the severe weather threat has been very minimal. And, for the most part, it all kind of played out. As we talked about at the end of last week, these are big, I say, tease events from the standpoint of the storms just take so long. The waves of rainfall as low as back out over into Oklahoma and then moving eastward. The waves of rain gradually get closer, but it takes its good old-fashioned time to finally move through. And finally here, overnight into this morning, we've seen, the storms that yesterday that just sat over towards Baldwin County, Pensacola area, finally making that progress to the east. And as these storms now move through Gulf and Franklin counties, that's going to be the end of the severe weather threat for our area. This is current radar. Make sure Did I select Tallahassee? There we go. Okay. So there you see St. George Island. And that, possible water spout is just right offshore at the out kind of towards the east end of the or west end of the island towards the plantation there. So, stay weather aware out there as, possible water spout just south of the island there. But so far, staying offshore. In this view, in the past 15 minutes, 1,000 lightning strikes. Just incredible. Check the Weather Service Slack chat. Not saying anything new there. Okay, we have some pictures here. This is coming in from Mexico Beach of some of the damage that we have down there from Gulf Coast Storm Chasers, Joseph Price. There, showing some of the damage. I'll step out, and you can see just a lot of roof damage. And you're kind of getting a little bit of a perspective from some of the footage that we saw earlier along the roadway. You see there's an RV that's flipped on its side. And then there's another one that's flipped on its side there. Power lines down, power poles down. There's some home damage. You could definitely see some roof damage there. Golf carts damaged. A lot of power lines down. And look at the this RV. Some of them maintained upright, but others knocked on their side. And then others, there's just a whole lot of metal from probably roof from the El Governor across the street or buildings across the street. You see the power lines that are down there in that picture. I'm good. No, I have some water right here. Thank you. Everything okay? Okay. You have the power lines down there. Over 2,500 people are without power over parts of Gulf and southeastern Bay counties. When we were looking at the percentages, it was like 20% of all the customers in Gulf County were without power, which is pretty significant. I imagine that was on the south side of the island, or south side of the county. You can see the transformer there that was knocked off, and that just looks like maybe a shed. When I say shed, it was obviously big, but that's an incredible amount of metal. So is that, looks like roofing to a building? Maybe it's the El Governor roofing. but it's definitely a lot. I'm curious. Let me see if I'm trying to think when the last time the Google Maps car went through Mexico Beach, like how recently. And we could like maybe see. Um, okay. So, Dan, let me go ahead and AirPlay this. So, this is Google Maps. And this kind of shows, you know, this was 2 years ago. You know, so not current, but post hurricane. They were still working on the El Governor. This is a picnic pavilion. There, you see the RV resort. You see the power lines there. But let me see if I can go. Oop. I don't know if it's probably. Oh, interesting. So it's like, then you go to 6 years ago, like right after the hurricane, and you could see like, obviously like the RV resort is pretty much gone, or gone. Like it wasn't there. But as you come out, so you only see it from that view. You drive up that road, so you get a better view. But if you look real carefully, you can see looks like a building there. Maybe it's I haven't been there, but maybe it's a store, perhaps laundry facility, something like that. So there's that building. So now if we come back, maybe that will give us a little bit of perspective as to some of the pictures that Dan was showing us as far as the layout of the resort and what buildings that we were looking at there with some of the damage. So there's the one that, you know, they all had kind of that red roof. But okay, so that's the side of that facility. Maybe it's a store, maybe it's laundry, showers, something like that. But that's that building right there. And, you know, it makes sense that what you're seeing there pushed up against the back. So I'm guessing that that is like we're on kind of looking from 98, looking to the north. And that would be like something that was pushed up against the back of that building when we had that strong southerly wind coming in off the Gulf with that rotation. You see there's RVs that were knocked over and a whole lot of, there's the El Governor right there. So maybe that was actually looking west to east, actually, because you see the El Governor there. And if you go back a picture, yeah, I think if you look, it looks like, well, maybe not. Maybe that is looking north. Okay, that's US 98 is behind it. Okay, so we're 98 is behind us. So the Governor is behind us, and that's looking north. And then that other picture, I think maybe was taken, that we were looking at was maybe from a slightly different direction. So yeah, so there's the El Governor there. So that's kind of on property with the El Governor to the right. The other one was like 98 to your back looking north. Okay. I think we have our perspective there. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for Gulf and Franklin counties will expire at 9:45, so 8:45 Central Time. So coming up here in about 7 minutes. So if that's the case, we will be warning free here very, very shortly. You see, looks like now severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so but they did issue until 9:15. So they did issue one for the eastern half of the county until for Franklin and Wakulla. That goes until 9:15, but they will allow for the one for Gulf and Franklin to expire. So basically, I think what we're looking at here is, nope, that's not going to be it. It's going to be Franklin and Wakulla, so it would have to be, I think that is the part that will stay under the warning. As that line moves through along 98, over at St. James Bay, my friend JD not going to be, not going to be golfing today over there at St. James Bay. Heavy, heavy rainfall moving in there, and some of the worst of weather right now. Have that severe thunderstorm warning. Dan, you can pull that up if you want. So maybe this is maybe is that a picnic structure? Do you think? I'm trying to remember what that is because I just saw it. We just saw it the other week when we drove through. Oh, it's a. Zoom in on that sign. Is that public beach access? Is that what that is? Sunset Park. Yeah. Okay. Mexico Beach. So that's the beach access, bathrooms, and stuff like that. So I wonder if a lot of that roof that we saw isn't that roof that got pushed over into the RV park. That, I mean, it would make sense because, I mean, it's pretty much just a sail right there, and it's a decent amount of roofing. And we saw a lot of that stuff, it looks like, across the street over at the park. So that may be what it is. We'll find out when we get more pictures out from down there as to whether that structure is still even there, or at least the roof. And let's see, Tallahassee, velocity data, storm relative velocity, shear, 1 hour shear. Not, anything overly impressive. We've seen that potential for a water spout offshore of St. George Island for a while, but not anywhere near as impressive as what it was. But if we saw it, it's probably right down there. Okay, so just to kind of set the stage here, radar Still some showers back over into Walton County. Moving to the east, nothing in the way of any severe weather by any stretch. Rainfall beginning to wane up into Jackson County. This is kind of like just like the last little batch of rainfall. All the heavy stuff is still across coastal sections of Gulf County, extreme southern Gulf County, Indian Pass, and then on through Franklin County. Unfortunately, my friends in Calhoun County, a good chunk of Liberty County, are going to not see much rainfall. We definitely saw some swaths of heavy rainfall across northwest Florida. And we'll bring, change this to EVX. So you see where we've, the swaths of the beneficial, much needed, heavy rainfall have been primarily along the coast, but we did see one nice little swath move through a good chunk of central Okaloosa and Walton counties, and then over into Washington County. We'll take some of that rain we got up in Jackson County. It's definitely not as much as you want, but south of town, you actually got a fair amount of rainfall, almost 2 inches, 1.5 inches to 2 inches of rain there. But you see where the kind of the swaths were, and then you see like the big swath of have-nots for, unfortunately, Eastern Bay, Calhoun, and Liberty County saw very little in the way of any rainfall. We're in Gulf and Franklin. Expire. So severe thunderstorm for Gulf Franklin expires at 8:45. So that just expired right now. Okay. So we come back to now, and you can see where the warning is. Come over here, TLH. We'll take off the warnings, and gives you an idea of who's still under the thunderstorm warnings. Alligator Point, Carabel, St. James Bay, Dog Island, St. George Island, Apalachicola, and then over Indian Pass and over into the south part of Cape San Blas. So that's where our one thunderstorm warning is currently located. There's still a ton of lightning. 195 strikes in 15 minutes just in this one view right here. That's right along 319. If you go from Tallahassee through Carabel and back over to East Point. Remind me, Dan, for us to try and put that Carabel River camera in the system. That's one that we haven't done yet. As far as storm reports, all of those have been over here near Mexico Beach. It's really pretty amazing. We haven't had, you had the storm reports yesterday, Mississippi, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, and then nothing until you got to Mexico Beach this morning when that possible tornado came on shore and caused all that damage. At the very least, we definitely had wind gusts 54 to 58 miles per hour. We can go back. Okay, so thunderstorm wind damage. Okay, damage. Okay, this is just a new report coming in. We've already talked about it, but preliminary storm report. National Weather Service, 1 mile southeast Mexico Beach, emergency management says damage to the El Governor Hotel. So something that we knew about there. Look at all that lightning. 904 strikes in this view in the past 15 minutes. And there's the heaviest of the rainfall, and that's where all the lightning is this morning. One severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 9:45, or I'm sorry, that goes until 9:15 Central Time. So for another 25 minutes, that storm was moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So one of the things you can do, it said east at about 30, so we'll St. Teresa at 10:16, Big Black Jack Landing at 9:52. That's a squall line track there of this line of storms as it moves off to the east. Flood advisory goes until 9:30, so that still has 40 minutes. The flood advisory for Washington County has been allowed to expire. The story this morning has been that possible tornado that moved on shore in Eastern Bay County, Southeastern Bay County, Western Gulf County. We'll go back. Let's look at So this shows our shear product. This is showing okay, there we go. Thank you, Dan. I saw you working on that. This is Carabel right there on the river. This camera also, I think, is on a security mode, so it kind of pans and does stuff like that. So you're not going to see a consistent shot, but it's definitely raining very heavily there. There you can see it widen out. You're looking down the river. Look at that rain just below where you see Dan wrote live view Carabel. It is absolutely teeming right now with rainfall right along the river. And that's where you're under a severe thunderstorm warning in Carabel. And there's going to be quite a bit of lightning associated, with that, with the storm as it moves on through. I'm not seeing any signs of rotation associated with the storm at all. It would strictly be a damaging wind threat that we'd be looking at with that storm as it makes its way along the river. Live Doppler radar. Again, the story this morning, we look back over the past 3 hours, our rotation tracker showing that cell sticking out. We were talking about it for quite some time as it was first offshore of Panama City, but eventually coming onshore right near Mexico Beach at about 6:30, a little bit before 6:30 this morning. We had some brief rotation up towards the Inlet Beach as well. We never had any reports of any damage up there. Nor did we get a tornado warning. It wasn't anywhere near as strong as what we saw offshore. And that was because the warm front, the more unstable air mass, was located just offshore where you could kind of support seeing tornadic thunderstorms. And then as this cell moved inland, it's occasionally popped up a little bit with a little rotation or tightened up just a tad, but nowhere near as close or nowhere near as strong as what it was when it was at its peak, pretty much. We didn't see it get much stronger than that as it moved into Mexico Beach, causing all of those issues that we've seen, all the damage pictures that we've seen near the El Governor and also the RV resort there across 98 from the El Governor this morning. So it's really just an amazing product that kind of puts your focus exactly on what you need to be concerned about. And we looked at that this morning as the cell was offshore. Originally we were hoping it could come in more towards Crooked Island when there aren't any people, but unfortunately it looks like it came in right through Mexico Beach and just west of Beacon Hill. But there was at least a tornado warning out, and your thunder warning and tornado warning for it. So it was well warned, and it was at almost 6:30 in the morning. So at least hopefully folks were kind of up. And if they had the Panhandle weather app, hopefully they got, they would have been alerted. But also too for tornado warnings, the wireless emergency alerts. If you have those activated on your phone, they would have gotten a warning because their phone fell within that red polygon. So hopefully folks in that RV resort were able to get to either a safe building on property or to the El Governor, and we won't have any significant injuries. Yeah, thank you for pulling that up, Dan. It's the Mexico Beach, City of Mexico Beach government, and basically they're telling everyone to stay off the roads until all damage is assessed from the storm. I assume so they can, get people, tell people to, to make sure everyone's safe. And Mexico Beach, I'm looking for that so I can repost it to my page. Let's see. Just looking at some video from earlier this morning. I was looking for the city of Mexico Beach. Let's see, city, Mexico Beach. Bay County Sheriff's Office. Mexico Beach. So there it is. City of Mexico Beach. Stay off the roads in Mexico Beach until all damage is assessed from the storm. Okay. So let's bring it back out here. Heavy rainfall. Let's pull up the camera. I mean, we're not going to be able to see anything because I don't think there's any rotation there right now, but this is the camera at the Blue Parrot there on St. George Island. But, you know, it's just raining very heavily, that's for sure. The wind isn't very strong. I was just looking at the weather stem sensor location there. What was that? That was 7. Yeah. So it's actually not very windy right now. It's 75. Dew point of 73. So that's very, very humid. So I think that's evidence of the more unstable air mass immediately at the coastline and as you go farther south, because we were looking at dew points more in the 60s as you made your way farther inland, whereas 73, I mean, it's not quite summertime levels, but I mean, considering it's late October, that's a really high dew point, which would tell us that's that juicier part of the atmosphere as you go farther down to the south. But, you know, I just don't think we're going to be able to see anything. And I'm not seeing the rotation like we were earlier when it was on the eastern end of the island, but we'll... Yeah. So two things that stick out was right there, and then notice as it moves this way, very diffuse. But then also up here, just north of East Point, that's where it briefly tightened up again. And this was that same cell that was over in Mexico Beach earlier. So you could see it kind of cycled up and then quickly died back down again. But again, that was over very rural sections there of Franklin County, at least. You see the cell now moving over into Wakulla County. So we have about 10 more minutes on the thunderstorm warning for Franklin County. The severe threat for Gulf County is done. So you're in a good spot there in Gulf County. Weather Service technically hasn't expired it, but they may not at this point because we're 12 minutes away from it expiring, but that threat has exited that southern part of Gulf County. the rainfall across our area. This is, torrential rainfall out over like Dog Island, St. George Island, right along 98 is where we're seeing, the heaviest of the rainfall. If we look at the rainfall rates, so this shows the rainfall rates for the Tallahassee radar, and you see, oops. Oh, there we go. You see the rainfall rates highest out over across Dog Island, Wakulla County, St. George Island is where the heaviest of the rainfall is right now. As you move inland, the rainfall rates quite a bit less. That's out the Tallahassee radar. 3, 4, 5 inches of rain per hour. If it rained for an entire hour at that rate, it's not going to, but even if it rained that long for 20 minutes, you're still picking upwards of over an inch of rainfall. But as you look back to the west, again, rainfall rates begin to taper off, things begin to improve. This is the last batch here, last 9 minutes of the severe weather threat, I think, for Northwest Florida. We'll get a chance to take a break and that's fine. We're almost done, and I'll probably coffee it out. Maybe a bite of something. Because when we go back to our regular programming, we'll have the latest on the forecast for today, which I think is going to get better this afternoon. You'll see, the sunshine will return. This is 10 a.m. 1. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Thank you, Dan. I forgot. I can toggle that on and off there. 10 a.m., 1 p.m., 4 p.m., 7 p.m. So again, the rain is just about done. The sun, we're not going to see, I don't think we're going to see full sunshine today, but I think we'll at least get into some sunshine across our area this afternoon, and temperatures will be into the upper 70s. So honestly, most of the day today is going to be okay. Good news for Mexico Beach is they're going to be down there cleaning up with the storm debris and everything. So I don't have any rain in the forecast until probably Wednesday. And even that isn't going to be like a ton of rainfall. You see a 40% chance it's going to be a thin band along a front, and that front will bring the cool air, and look what happens to the temperatures. We drop down almost into the 30s for lows Friday, Saturday morning, right around 40 degrees. So well below average, 78 and 54 for this time of year. So that's definitely some cool air later this week. So as a whole for the rest of the week, the weather's going to be quiet. So for cleaning up in Mexico Beach, you'll have that opportunity. It's just a thin band of showers Wednesday, probably morning when that front ends up coming through. And if you have any So if you have any storm damage pictures, you can submit them on our app. The app is available in the iTunes App Store, the Google Play Store. When you open up the app, the one thing that I love about it is that the video stream is right here at the top of the screen. So as you know, if you were watching on TV this morning in Mexico Beach, and then we told you to go to your safe place because of the tornado warning, you take your phone and you're watching the same exact product here. But anyway, the reason why I was showing you this is if you scroll down, you can go to submit photos and you can say, take a picture, okay? So I can, take a picture of the green screen, okay? So if I hit that, I can say use photo and say, do you want to use this photo? You want to retake it? We'll say use photo. And then it pulls up your contact information, put your name, your email, and then any information about it, like the time, the location is always super important, especially if you send us the picture after the fact, like later. Like if you send the picture when you're where you are, it will tell us, we can see where that picture was taken. But say if you go, let's say you go home to Lynn Haven and you don't, it's like, oh, I forgot to send that picture. You send it then. It's going to make it look like it was from Lynn Haven. So it's helpful for somebody to say, oh, that was in Mexico Beach this morning. You would fill out that information right there. And so, storm, you type your information. And then here in the upper right, you can hit submit. And that's how you submit it. It goes right into our weather graphic system, and we're able to pull that up. So anyway, that is how the app works as far as being able to see for us to be able to send pictures. Other things, you can pull up the live radar. You can have locations set. So you see all these pins on here. I have my parents' house, kids' schools. There you can see I worked Chipley yesterday because I had a friend that had a birthday party up there, so I was kind of monitoring things for up there. My mother-in-law's house, so like you can keep track of that and you get alerts if you want them. You don't have to get alerts, but you can get alerts for those locations so you know if something's going on and it's going on elsewhere from where your phone's located. So anyway, what you're going to notice today with the forecast, you're going to see, again, more sunshine this afternoon. Notice our rain chances over the next few hours dropping from 20% to 0% the rest of the day. And winds are going to be basically out of the west and northwest. So we'll get a chance to kind of dry on out. So anyway, that's in the Panhandle Weather app, free in the iTunes App Store as well as the Google Play Store. Dan showing us what we have as far as the forecast for the rest of today. Again, you see the chance of storms this morning, but everything kind of clears out. High temperatures today, 70s to right around 80, just depends upon the amount of sunshine you end up seeing. It's not going to be a completely sunny day today, so it will be predicated on exactly if we get any breaks in the cloud cover as to whether we can touch 80 degrees or not. More clouds would keep us in the 70s. A little more sunshine could get us up to right around 80 degrees. So you see now the rain chances rapidly increasing to the east, rapidly decreasing back to the west, where you're getting to 10% chances of rainfall. And then Tallahassee, you're at almost 80% chances of rainfall down through St. Mark, Sopchoppy into Wakulla County. Notice by tomorrow morning, area-wide, we're down to 4 or 5% chances of rainfall, no chance of rain in Pensacola. So we're going to get a chance to dry out. We will see that rain chance pop back up as we head into Wednesday. Low pressure moves to the east, things quiet down. Watch this storm system out to the west. That moves across the northern Gulf Coast as we head through Tuesday. Most of the rainfall is going to stay on the northern extent of it, but pay attention to this front right here. That will have a broken line of a few showers, maybe a storm located along with it. That comes in Wednesday morning, say as you're getting ready for work and school. That slides across our area throughout Wednesday morning. Maybe you see rain, maybe you don't. It's going to be a broken line. And then here comes that cool air on the backside. Now, some clouds we may get enough moisture convergence to keep clouds across our area, or at least a swath briefly of clouds Wednesday into Thursday, but there won't be any rainfall, and that cold air will filter in. And that's what we're talking about for, say, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday time frame, where we'll see lows dropping into the 40s and highs are only going to be into the 60s. So it will be chilly, especially if you trick or treat after dark on Friday. It's going to be chilly. I don't know if the kids will have a jacket on, depending on their costume, but mom and dad taking them around to trick or treat probably want to have a jacket, because after sunset will drop into the 50s pretty quickly. And you'll see in that 7-day forecast, there's your Friday time frame, temperatures into the 60s, lows into the 40s, and this is at the coast. So inland areas will be into the low 40s. And we were showing this earlier, like 40, 41 degrees for lows. Highs will remain in the 60s. But again, we are just about done with today's rainfall. We have that next chance of rainfall on Wednesday morning. Again, it's a small window of Wednesday. And then there's that cool air. And look, we'll be flirting with the 30s. And this will be our coldest air since last spring. And certainly our coldest air so far of this season. Let me see. I have, what time's my, okay, I speak to Petronas Elementary today at 1. So we have 5th graders at Petronas. So I might not get much sleep. But this is the last of the rainfall, and the warning expired 1 minute ago. So that is where things stand right now. The heaviest of the rainfall across St. George Island, moving over into Alligator Point. But I'm happy to say we are done, it looks like, with any kind of threat of severe weather here in Northwest Florida. We have a little bit of rainfall, got some rain right now in Central and South County. That's going to move across Bay County, a little bit of Washington County, maybe a few more showers up into Jackson County. As I mentioned, Liberty and Calhoun counties kind of got left out on the bulk of the rainfall for this event. You had some heavy rain to the north, to the west, and to the south. This was like kind of an empty spot there. But, you know, the story that of the morning is, you know, what we think is tornado damage down in Mexico Beach at 6:25 this morning. We had a possible tornado move on shore in Mexico Beach near the El Governor, caused some damage to the El Governor, looked like a good amount of damage at the RV park across the street from the El Governor. So, you know, our thoughts and prayers, of course, are with those people. Hopefully they're okay. We had heard that there were some people trapped in some of the RVs. You know, we hope that wasn't the case. And if they were, we hope that everyone is okay. We haven't heard otherwise. Let's see. And Gulf County schools are closed today. So that's the other thing. It's the only school district that's closed, but you know, we still have now there's national power outages. You know, last count was 2,500 power outages in Tallahassee and 2,500 in Gulf County right now. So as we look at you know, the power outage situation, there's still a decent amount, and 2,500 represents a pretty sizable portion of the population of Gulf County, 20% of the populations without power. I guess we have, we have a few minor power outages, Walton, Jackson, and Washington counties, but just 0.1% of the people. But 20% right now of Gulf County is without power. So this is our hurricane, Melissa, and you see it's going to make a direct hit tonight, tomorrow morning in Jamaica, move across eastern Cuba, southeastern Bahamas, impact the Turks and Caicos. And keep in mind, you'll feel impacts well east of the center, but this is going to be, as of earlier this morning, it was a Category 5 hurricane. And obviously one of the issues, they had a 917 minimum pressure, which is 1 millibar lower than Hurricane Michael. And it was slightly north of west earlier at 3 knots. Very slow turn over the next 24 hours. Make a landfall Tuesday morning on the south coast and then move off the north coast Tuesday afternoon. But it was a Category 5, so it will be either a Category 4 or 5 storm through landfall. At least that's the way it looks right now. So this is the visible satellite imagery, so that's why it goes dark and then it reappears, because obviously you can't see it at night when it's dark. This is switching over. This is infrared satellite imagery, but you can see this is visible as the sun rose this morning. You can see, look at the eye. Where are the ensembles taking this thing? These are the GFS ensembles, and you see the vast majority. The ensemble mean is the yellow line, so it's like the average of everything. There are 31 members of the GFS ensembles. So of the 31, this is kind of the average, the yellow line. Some do put it a little bit west, others a little bit east, but the average is going to bring it in just kind of south of Montego Bay and then move northeast of just east of Montego Bay. Obviously, hurricane warnings in effect for Jamaica, the eastern part of Cuba. We have severe tropical storm warnings in effect for Haiti, and then the southeastern Bahamas are under a hurricane watch right now. But this is the high resolution satellite imagery this morning showing what's going to be a devastating hurricane. If it makes landfall, it's going to put that whole south coast, almost that whole south coast, will be under the highest of storm surge potential, with strong southerly winds just coming in the entire time through landfall, and that's not going to allow any water to escape. Expect probably the airport in Kingston to be flooded, and certainly that the road going to and from the airport, it's on like a spit of land. It got covered in I forget which storm it was, 2007. It took them days to get the sand off the road, and this is going to be a way more powerful hurricane. Kingston's up here, but you see the coastline is just kind of like a bit of a catcher's mitt there. So as the storm gets closer, that push of water gets stronger and will cause more problems up in Jamaica. Just nearly a perfect eye here on the water vapor imagery this morning. You see it's a Category 5. You see the track, it's just kind of been a little bit of a wave pattern there, but a general movement to the west over the past few days. Pressure, okay, so there you see the pressure now down to 913 millibars, maximum winds at 160 miles an hour. And that was as of the 7 o'clock advisory, moving west at 3. And so what will end up happening is the storm will eventually, later today, begin its slow turn to the northwest, north, and then eventually move up across Jamaica, Cuba, and the southeastern Bahamas. So, I mean, not only obviously back here at home, the folks in Mexico Beach, pray for them this morning that everyone's okay, but really pray for folks in Jamaica. This is a massive storm, and they don't have near the ability to react, as well as we do here at home in the United States. And there's just nowhere to hide for the most part on an island. They can go up in elevation, but I'm really concerned if they get 15, 20, 25 inches of rain over the island, like the flash flood potential is going to be massive, especially up in those mountains. That folks that seek safety might think that they're safe, but we'll be talking about a volume of water that they might think that they're safe, but aren't. So, it's been amazing. We've had a lot of folks watching us from Jamaica that have found like our YouTube page, and we've been talking about it, but no, this is very serious. This is not like, oh, it's overblown, and especially right now as the storm is south of you, you're getting rain, but it's obviously not bad. You're like, how bad can it be? You're still a ways away from that center of the storm, and as that storm gets closer, things will go downhill significantly faster, and that rain will come in more. The storm surge will get put in. This is bad. Really, really bad for Jamaica. But, this won't have any threat or impact on the United States. Okay. Give me one sec. I think I'm going to probably wrap it up here, but my mic was showing red because it's been on for 5 hours. But I don't see any reason. We don't have any more severe weather threat. I think we've done all we can do this morning. You've seen the damage. We'll keep pushing out stuff on social media. We'll have stuff on the channel as well this morning. I got to go to a school at 1 today. Speak to 5th graders, but I'll take a little bit of a break. I should be able to. Obviously, the severe weather threat is done, and so I'll be able to speak to the school, and we'll be pushing out information later today. And as soon as we hear anything from down in Gulf County, Eastern Bay County, Mexico Beach area, we'll be sure to pass it along. But no school there in Gulf County today, and then in Mexico Beach, fingers crossed that injuries are none or at least kept to a minimum, but obviously a good bit of damage down there towards the El Governor and the RV park across the street. So that's going to do it for our coverage here this morning of severe weather on Panhandle Weather. Don't forget, download the Panhandle Weather app. It's free in the iTunes App Store. It is in the Google Play Store. We will
always be streaming live there, and you can get the latest weather information. Thank you for your patience this morning. Thank you for your help, and have a blessed rest of your Monday. We will talk to you later.